Hopefully we can weather this storm and get through. So, yeah, I'll keep an eye on it. I can see that it is dropping some frames, but hopefully not to the point where it's causing, like, massive dramas and massive problems. I'll keep an eye on that. Let me close a few windows. That might help a few things as well. Let's have a look and see. Can I close this window? I'm going to close it. I'm going to close all the flipping windows. I'm going to close all the flipping windows, which is something I should have done earlier because there's a flipping fly that's buzzing around as well. So we're also trying to deal with that as well. Right, let's go over to the Raw. Let's go over to the Raw preview. Let's do that first. Doesn't look good. I've got like a traffic light thing in the bottom corner. It's always green. If there's a little wobble, it goes amber. If there's a big problem, it goes red. It's just bright red at the moment. Which says to me, not great. So, but equally, it looks like there's enough coming through whereby it should be okay. Right, let's just read this, and then I'm going to close this window as well. So, Jey Uso has his yeet set on Logan Paul. I don't even know what that means. He's got his yeet set on Logan Paul. CM Punk is going to take the mic for the first time since WrestleMania. So we've got a proper segment coming out of CM Punk. We got Io Sky Rhea Ripley taking on Roxanne and Giulia. We got AJ Styles battling Finn Balor. We got War Raiders taking on the Creed brothers. We got Penta taking on Chad Gable. So lots has been announced for tonight. Penta, Chad Gable, War Raiders, Creed brothers, AJ Styles, Finn Balor, Io and Rhea against Roxanne and Giulia, CM Punk in a segment, Jey Uso and Logan. Of course, we are building our way, working our way towards... There's that fly. We are building and working our way towards... Oh my God, you're going to annoy me. Where are you? We are really good at not getting like flies and stuff interrupting, but somehow one has got in the room. We are in the countryside. It's not the biggest shock in the world that there is a fly around, but we don't normally have them, honestly. We don't normally have them. So anyway, yeah, nightmare. I'm going to keep an eye on the stream, but hopefully it is holding well enough. Hello. Suzanne, hello. Hope you are well. Cringe Wolf, shout out to you. Hannah said, Days, this has got potential to be the best. It's definitely not going to be the best, Hannah. I can tell you already it's not going to be the best, where we've got a very unreliable connection. But Hannah, shout out to you. Chris, shout out to you. Days, keep up the good work. I enjoyed the stream, said Chris. Thank you, Chris. I appreciate the kind words. I appreciate everyone that joined us over the weekend. Obviously, we were doing Backlash, and yeah, it was all right. It one that kind of divided opinion. Obviously, we've got an idea as to where we're going. We know that Saturday night's main event is in a couple of weeks' time. We know that that show is going to be pretty big, actually, because it's going to have 2 title matches on it. I mean, the word on the street is John Cena against R-Truth. And the other match, which has already been confirmed, is Logan against Jey. I don't expect any or either of those titles to change hands, but it's pretty big, to be honest, that we're getting both titles being defended. There was a good thought that I saw on social media, which was maybe John R-Truth is not going to be a singles match. It may be a tag match. What if John is facing R-Truth, but Cody's going to be involved and Travis Scott is going to be involved? I thought that was a very clever idea. I thought that was a very clever suggestion. So, yeah, I don't know. I haven't heard that. I've not heard any rumors about that. What I've heard is that they're going to be facing each other at Saturday night's main event, but everything has kind of implied a singles match. But what if it isn't? What if it is a tag match? But the fly is making me think of Wyatt's old entrance music, said Dre. Metal Mama, shout out to you. BBK, shout out to you. Days, you do keep skipping, said Suzanne. There's really not much I can do, unfortunately, but Starlink is about as reliable as a chocolate hammer. It really is. I can drop the quality. Can I drop the quality further? Let's take it down. Let's take that down as well. Let's take that down to there. I mean, look, I've changed routers and I've dropped the quality. Really, if we can just get through. We're just trying to get through. If we can just survive. We're in survival mode. Just like the fly that's buzzing around. He should be in survival mode as well, but I don't know where he's gone. Right, BBK, shout out to you, my friends. I appreciate the support. AJ206, thank you, my friends. There's a lot of very kind people around. Appreciate all the kind words. Mr. B said it's so nice of you to rejoin us. Yeah, I thought I would. I thought I'd give it a go. Seems like a fun place to hang. Edward, shout out to you. Hannah said, after the tragic news of Sabu, would you say what was your favourite fight or moment from his 40-year career as he altered the wrestling world with his style in WWE? Did he alter the wrestling world? I think he altered wrestling. I don't know that he massively altered WWE, but he altered wrestling, which by and large altered WWE. I mean, he contributed to ECW, and I've seen lots of his, but I don't have a favourite because I was not a regular viewer of ECW. So I can't really pull a favourite out for you, but I've seen various ECW shows over the years that he's been on, but actually going through like feuds of his, matches of his, not my specialist subject, to be honest. My specialist subject is more WWE. But in regards to the impact that he had, I think that he made a massive difference, because when I think ECW, there's a handful of guys that I think really were the living embodiment of that brand. One of them, of course, would be Paul Heyman. One of them would be Sandman. I think Sandman's in a very, very similar category to Sabu. Tommy Dreamer as well would be another name that would come to my mind. So you've got this kind of handful of guys that really embody that kind of ECW mentality. And if it wasn't for those guys, I think ECW would not have meant what it meant. It wouldn't have hit the same way. I think they were the ones, you know, Sabu and Sandman, really, maybe even more than any others, at the very forefront of that. So I think what ECW did was it kind of took wrestling a little further than it had been. It's like, this is what we like. We like it when it gets extreme. We like it when there's blood. We want to see that on a more regular basis. We like the scantily clad women. You know, it was everything kind of turned up. It was perfect for its time. Perfect for its time. And Sabu was at the forefront of that, along, as we said, with Sandman, Tommy Dreamer. Maybe you'd put Taz in there as well, but yeah, there's only a handful of guys really that I would say kind of fall into that category, and he was absolutely one of them. So as a result of that and what ECW did, it showed WWE and it showed WCW kind of where the appetite was for the older audience. If you want to appeal to a more older audience, what do? What does that content look like? And ECW provided the roadmap, didn't they? They provided the roadmap, which obviously then did influence the Attitude Era. And just from there, we got what we got in the kind of 97, 98, 99, 2000s. And he really was... ECW, I mean, it's such an interesting company because it's not around all that long, all things considered. But I don't know what the Attitude Era looks like without them. I don't know kind of what it looks like. I don't know. They set the tone of what the Attitude Era was going to be. They kind of came up with the rules, you know? And within that group, as we said, there was only a handful of people that I think I can really credit as being extreme, and really credit you Terry Funk as well. You got to include Terry Funk. Terry Funk would be in that conversation also. So yes, someone that played a massive part in the history of wrestling, but I don't know if directly he did a great deal when it comes to WWE. Indirectly, huge. Edwards, shout out to you. Hello to Yeet Gods. Hope you're doing well. Mayor Pete said, I saw Dawn Marie at a WrestleCon last month. I still would not kick her out of bed. And she's a boomer, says Mayor Pete. Yeah, if anyone's got good, fun Sabu matches, feel free to let us know what shows it was on and the feuds and everything. It's not my... I've never been... You know me, I'm not a... I don't mind the Attitude Era. I watch it. I watched it at the time. I'll go back and watch it now. I'm not like, oh, this sucks or anything like that. Like, I appreciate it, but it's not my favorite era. My favorite era is when you go back more to the kind of late 80s, early 90s. So for me, at that time, I'm keeping up with WWE. And I'm, like, you know, tuning in and following the stories. And I'm enjoying it. And you can tell there's a real buzz around. But... yeah, I don't know. By that point, my focus is being shared a little bit more, you know? I think I didn't get into wrestling at that time, and I think that makes a massive difference. If you got into wrestling during that time period, I mean, these names are just going to mean everything to you. This is like flipping ground zero. This is where it all begins, right? But for me, my fandom started before. So, in a way, it's a little bit like now, you know. I really like Roman and I really like the Bloodline, but that's not my everything. But for some fans that are getting into it now or have just got into it since the pandemic, this will be their everything. Jey Uso is going to mean everything. You know, Gunther's going to mean everything to these people. LA Knight and all that kind of stuff, you know. That's kind of how I feel about the Attitude Era. It was good. It was fine. You know, I'm happy to go back and look at it and watch it again and talk about it. But it wasn't an era that grabbed me in the same way as when I was young, when I was a kid and I first got into it. So, yeah, I certainly was not dipping into, you know, I mean, I was only giving WCW a passing glance. Just very much the way I deal with AEW now. That's kind of how I was with WCW back in the day, is that I've got a general awareness as to what's happening, but I ain't sitting and watching what's going on week in, week out. But, you know, I know enough to, you know, if there's a conversation, I'm not going to get too lost on it. I've got some reference points, you know. Ruthless Aggression Era was fire, said Ace. Yeah, it was good. Honestly, for me, it was kind of more of the same. I mean, it did change. It obviously evolved. WCW not being around was a massive difference. And, you know, things kind of settled down a little bit after. And we got stuck into a bit more wrestling. There was a little bit more for the women. But that largely didn't improve. But it did as time went by. But, yeah, I mean, some incredible wrestlers around at that time. And everyone knows about that crop that comes through in 2002 of Batista and Cena and Randy and all of those guys. So, yeah, it really was a real fun time. But wrestling's got a great ability, I think, because it is quite cyclical. I think because, obviously, wrestlers come in and there's lots of excitement, and then we watch them get their first world championship. You go through and then they retire or they get injured and they, you know, maybe drop off. And then we get that next wave coming through. Like, it is just like never ending in a way. Like, and so it is kind of cool. I feel like we're getting towards, well, probably in the next few years, the end of one of those cycles. I mean, we're definitely getting closer to the end of the Roman Seth era than we are the start of it. And we were having that conversation the other day, like, who are those next big stars? Who's going to main event WrestleMania in 10 years' time? Because I don't think it's Seth and I don't think it's Roman. So who's going to be that person? And we were talking about maybe Jacob, maybe Bron Breakker, maybe Austin Theory, maybe Gunther, but I think Gunther's like 38, so he'd be 48, which is fine, but I don't know. Once they get to their mid-40s now, don't know. It's not an ageist thing. It's a how's your body doing thing, you know? It's not oh, you're too old now. It's are you all right? I would imagine you've been wrestling for 20-odd years by this point. I'd imagine your body is pretty beat up. Mohammed, shout out to you, bud. Said, Days, hope you're doing good. Why no appearance for Cena till Money in the Bank? He's on Saturday night's main event, isn't he? It was rumoured to be Saturday night's main event. Also, CM Punk battling Seth. Where are we going with Cena? Are we heading to McIntyre versus Cena? I wouldn't think so. Or Styles. Well, Cena's heel. He definitely teased a face turn, didn't he? So Cena's heel teased a face turn, and I think that he is going to be facing R-Truth next. That's the word on the street. Whether that's a singles match or whether that is a tag match, I'm not sure. But that is meant to be next. That's at Saturday night's main event. At some point, we're going to do the CM Punk match. Don't know at what show. Could be Money in the Bank. Might save it for SummerSlam. But that's going to be coming up. Crown Jewel, whenever it is we're doing that. It's in Australia, isn't it? If Cena's champ, it could be Cena, Jey Uso. I actually think, well, Cena's a heel. I think the Jey Uso match makes a lot of sense. Because he's the world champion. They're really trying to build him. And so, you know, you could do Cena versus Jey Uso. You're just looking at who are your top baby faces right now in WWE. He's already faced Roman, so I don't know that there's a big pressing concern of facing Roman. He faced Roman when Roman was champion. They had a match, I think, SummerSlam. So, yeah, I'm not really looking at doing that again, but it's been a long time since we've done Cena, Punk. You could make an argument it's been a long time since we've done Cena, Seth, but with Cena being heel and Seth being a heel, I can't see that happening unless Cena turns face. Maybe that'll be his last match. Maybe his last match will be Seth. I still think he's going to face Cody again. I think he'll want to pay back Cody. I think he'll want to pay him back. I think he'll want to pay him back for what he did for him at WrestleMania. Drop the belt to him. Give him 17. And I've said before, in real life, they're good friends. They've traveled together back in the day. I think Cena will be really pleased to see that Cody has got to where he's got. There is no way in real life Cena wants to derail Cody's momentum. No way. I do not believe that. There is no way. So he got the belt off him at WrestleMania. I can only imagine that is going to get paid back. He's going to pay him back. And he'll pay him back by putting Cody over again, right? He'll pay him back down the roads. So I wonder if Cena's last match, second to last match, who's going to stop Cena from ruining wrestling? You know, your money has got to sort of be going on Cody Rhodes. Cody Rhodes getting that belt back later in the year. It feels like the direction. It really feels like that's what's going to happen. So if he's got, say, 8 matches left, and I don't know how many matches he's got, if he's got 8 matches, there's a chunk for you. There's a few. But next up is meant to be R-Truth, and we might see some movement on the show tonight in regards to that. Paul said, Vince as the higher power in the corporate ministry was lame. That spoiled a big Attitude Era faction in the ministry. I agree. I think even Undertaker said that he liked the ministry, but when it was the corporate ministry, he was not into it. That was one that he kind of felt like he took a bit more of a backseat with the McMahons around, and he was, and even Undertaker wasn't a fan of that kind of story. Oh, don't get me wrong. I mean, a lot of the stuff, to be honest, there's a lot of just shocks for shock value reason. I mean, they just needed big talking points, big moments. Some of them did not work. And some of those stories are obviously in bad taste and haven't aged very well. But really, I don't know. It's one of those where you can criticize it quite comfortably and easily. But equally, I do appreciate the fact they were trying to do something each week. I do find there's a lot of shows these days that sort of progress stories and set things up for the future. And you don't necessarily... there's no guarantee you're going to get anything big, shocking tonight. There's no guarantee you're going to get anything that's going to like really blow our minds. You know, it could be that we just get a little bit of a promo from Punk, couple of matches, few little things get progressed. There'll be something. There'll be some sort of little talking point of, you know. But back in the Attitude Era, they were swinging for the fences, you know. They were going big. You had to, because you was going up against WCW. So you had to go big. Whereas, you know, there's no competition now. It's just WWE just trying to really get as many viewers as they can. But it is true, when they've got competition, it does bring the best out in WWE. They have to fight. And that fight, you do feel that it's not there at the moment. They're not really being forced to, you know, be extra creative. They're just being allowed to just sort of drift a bit, you know. I feel like there's a lot of that actually in 2025. I feel like they've done some big stories. They've done some big stuff. Obviously, we're doing the Cena thing at the moment, which it's up to you as to how you feel about that. But kind of by and large, we're not, you know, there's a lot of people tuning into the shows like, oh, this was a bit dull. You get that on quite a regular basis in 2025. I mean, I think everyone was critical of the build to WrestleMania. So as much as we can sit and say the Attitude Era got this wrong, got that wrong, that's not aged well, that's a bit cringe, they didn't treat the women brilliantly, blah, 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 blah. Like, there was definitely upside as well. A lot of those big moments that you see on, like, the History of Raw video packages, you know, like Stone Cold with the beer truck and all that sort of stuff, Rock and Sock Connection, and, like, all these sort of things. Like, a lot of those moments are kind of from the Attitude Era, because every week they were swinging for the fences, you know. It's an era which is full of moments, good and bad, and it's a moment that I think will forever be remembered. But it's interesting to see how new fans react to it. It's interesting to see, like, I mean, we're a good distance away now. We're like 25 years past it. And it's interesting to get people's thoughts on the Attitude Era. Might probably make a really good separate video, actually. Steve said, do we think that Sabu knew he was going to pass considering his last match was 3 weeks ago? I genuinely don't know. I did not see kind of what he passed away with. That news had not been released. So I don't know if it's emerged today, but I don't know what he passed away of. So it's hard to know if he... I mean, like, he's someone that loved wrestling. And so if he got told that, like, you're not in a great shape, you might, you know, only have 6 months or so to live, whatever, because of him having some condition that we don't know about, then maybe he would have wrestled. Maybe he would. Equally, as we said, maybe not. Maybe whatever's happened has sort of happened a little bit out of the blue without knowing exactly what's happened. It's obviously hard to comment on. But just a terrible, terrible loss. I mean, it's one of those that didn't... When I saw it, my first reaction was like, oh, that is such a shame. But it wasn't... Even though he was like 60, which is not that old, to be honest, in this day and age, because of like what he's been through and what he put his body through and his career, you sort of don't really expect those people to have a long, healthy life. Like, I didn't expect Sabu to reach 85 or anything like this, you know. So 60 is young, though. And, you know, it is obviously a great shame, but he's one of those where, I don't know, you put your body through that sort of punishment and it's going to catch up with you, isn't it? Eventually, it's going to catch up with you. And it's just a terrible shame. Terrible shame. Right, let's try. I'm trying to get through as many as I possibly can comments I want to, whilst it's holding, whilst it's holding and the fly's not around, I'm going to speed run. Hannah said, despite your intense beliefs, I've got to say that NFL guy gave Gunther a run for his money at Backlash as he fought him hard with emotions. Maybe a push is in line in the future, says Hannah. Jam said, do we think that Cody should win Money in the Bank and cash in on Cena in Cena's last match? Cena could be world champion by that point. It doesn't have to be the undisputed title. Should Cody win Money in the Bank and cash in? Well, I don't mind that. I wouldn't personally do that because I like Money in the Bank going on someone that's a mid-card. Think about Sammy. I love Sammy. And Sammy only gets limited world title opportunities, right? And like, for me, I'm at the point where I don't care how he does it. I know that we could write a great, lovely story about how he's an underdog and he finally gets there. But to be honest with you, I've been watching Sammy since he was in NXT. So I've been watching him really since I first got the network, which was at the end of like 2014, early 2015. I've been watching Sammy 10 years now, right? I didn't watch him on the Indies, but I watched him when he was in NXT. And so I've been watching Sammy 10 years. And I loved him in NXT. He was my guy. I rooted for him. When he came to the main roster, I was thrilled. I rooted for it. I mean, I remember his match that he had. I think was it against John, actually. And Bret Hart introduces him. And Sammy comes out, throws his arms in the air. And he was so amped up, Sammy. He threw his arms in the air and immediately did his shoulder. Immediately does his shoulder in that. I think that's his debut on the main roster. But he comes out and he's all amped up. I think we're in Canada as well. Bret Hart is introducing him. And he throws his arm in the air. And immediately you can see he goes. And he sort of no-sells it. But then as he's walking, his arm is dangling. And he has to wrestle this match, having just done his shoulder. He's popped his arm out of his shoulder, and his arm is just not responding. And he has to then wrestle this match. And the match is great. Match is fine. But, I mean, mates. I've seen Sammy go through all of that kind of nonsense, all of those kind of moments, and I would love to see him get a world title. Genuinely, I would love to see him get a world title. I don't think I'm asking for much. He can have it a day, win it on the weekend, have him lose it on Raw. I don't give a flip. I would just like for him to have that achievement in his Wikipedia page, and you could say the same for a lot of people. So for me, Money in the Bank is at its best when it's someone that is there or thereabouts that you're really rooting for that doesn't get much opportunity. You know, Dolph Ziggler. Didn't get loads of opportunity, but people loved him. He was a fan favorite. And, think about when LA Knight was red hot. Imagine if that, LA Knight's over. But imagine if he was as over now as he was a couple of years ago. I think it's kind of settled a little bit. We've got used to him, for example. I don't see people talk about him as much. Joe Hendry gets a lot of attention now, and people love Roman and all this sort of stuff. But so it's settled a little bit. But imagine if LA Knight won Money in the Bank. Imagine if Sammy got Money in the Bank. This is the sweet spot for me. Those people that are just bubbling underneath. If you give it to someone that gets loads of opportunity anyway, it just feels like a waste. When Brock won, it felt like a waste. When Drew won, it felt like a waste. When Cena won, it felt like a waste. It just feels like a waste. Because these people are going to get opportunities. They're going to get loads of title matches. So Cody winning normally would feel like a waste. Cody is going to have plenty of world title opportunities in the future, right? No doubt about it whatsoever. But there's a big but, right? Big but. This year is a little different because you really could use Money in the Bank as part of a story and Cena leave him. So we've kind of already theorized, haven't we, about how we could get all the way to that last match with Cena as champion, or the second to last match. Cena beats the person, the final person. That's it. Wrestling is ruined. He's leaving with the belt. There's no way of stopping him. Oh my God, here's such and such with Money in the Bank. So Money in the Bank could be used that way this year. And honestly, if it's Cody in that moment that's going to save wrestling, if it's Cody that's going to come out in that moment and get like a bit of a heroes, you can sort of see what they're trying to build. You know, if they can convince people that Cena leaving with the belt will ruin wrestling, if they can keep doing whatever they can do to upset the fans. I mean, right now they're going to do Cena R-Truth to try and get the fans against Cena. They've had Cena Randy in Randy's hometown to try and get the fans against Cena. Whatever they can do, they're telling you that Cena wants to ruin wrestling, right? Whatever they can do to try and get the fans to turn against Cena, they've been trying it. And, you know, maybe we get all the way to him leaving with that belt and then Money in the Bank makes the save. It really depends what story they want to tell, because that sounds fun to me. I would be down for that. I would have no complaints about that. That would be a fun moment to watch. So I would be down for that. But traditionally, normally, I would say no, not for me. I would much rather go for like a Sammy or someone that's kind of just that upper mid-card. You know, they've already had mid-card belts. So having that again is like not a waste, but they've already done it. Really, it's world titles they need. And I think, you know, Sammy is very much in that boat. And you could maybe make an argument for LA Knight. Just depends how over he is these days. If he was crazy over, then yeah. So, you know, maybe a Shinsuke. Maybe a Shinsuke as well. I mean, Shinsuke's never had a world title on the main roster. He's held mid-card titles, but he just doesn't get used enough, does he? But I think there's a lot of people out there that really would love for Shinsuke to get given the ball. It would be the world heavyweight title. It wouldn't be the WWE one. It'd be the one that Jay's got. But, you know, Shinsuke saving the day would be quite a story as well. So, yeah, it's a good conversation, that. An interesting one. A. Jobson said Sabu was the man of steel. I miss those crowds from 2000 to like 2005, says A. Jobson. Rage Warrior, shout out to you, says hello days, hello community. Hope everyone is doing well. Puff Dutch, hello buds, hope you're doing good. Kelly said, days, today has been a happy day. I've just been sitting here talking to my wonderful guy. You know him as Matter. Very nice. It feels like it's my birthday every day now. Life sure has taken a wild turn. Kelly, I'm so pleased for you. So pleased for you. Congrats to you both. That's great news. Edward said, Days, I agree. I do think it's going to be Logan that gets Money in the Bank, though, as they will look at it. He can walk about with the case, use it on the podcast, and whether or not I think Logan gets it this year. I think what you've just said is true. I don't know that it's this year, but I think everything you've just said is correct. Yes, he can walk around with it. He can carry it to other events. He can show it off on his podcast. Completely all checks out. So, yes, I think you make a good point there. I think that he is probably going to win Money in the Bank. The only thing we can pray is that it's not going to be a successful cash-in. The other thing, though, is I don't know that that's this year, because what we've just said would be true for last year, and it would have been true for the year before, and he didn't win those. So he will get it at some point, because I agree with your points. I don't think this is the year for him to get it, though, so we might survive another year. AB Jobson, shout out to you. Anthony said, I was in Vegas for Sabu's last match. RIP to a legend. Anthony, shout out to you. Eddie said, how would you change the women's division? How would I change the women's division? Well, I think they have took some steps this year. They've done a couple of things that I would have done, which is they've introduced mid-card belts. I would have done that. I think that they are not doing too bad, but I do think we need to get some more TV time and some more secondary feuds. Ideally, you want world title matches, right? You need your mid-card matches. You need your tag team, like, having something. And you could really do with a few extra bits as well. I mean, the women are fighting for TV time, but they do a very good job, I think, of maximizing the time they get. I mean, for example, look at WrestleMania. You can kind of go through both days, and it's quite a sea of mediocrity, isn't it? I mean, I think there are certainly some matches that rise above the average, but I think a lot of people would say, take the two main events out the picture by a country mile. Not even close. Like, the other matches can't even see this match. That women's triple threat is just in a different stratosphere. So if you've got the right women and you've give them the time, you will get the returns. So I think it's a journey. I don't know that there's necessarily a quick fix. I don't know that there's necessarily do that. Job done. Yeah. I think they have moved pretty quick on Giulia. She's being used on, we're going to see her tonight. Roxanne's been called up. Stephanie was given the option of going straight to the main roster, but she wanted to go to NXT for a little bit first. I expect her to come up soon. So Giulia, Stephanie, Roxanne, basically there or thereabouts. Stephanie just a little bit further down the road, right? They've introduced mid-card belts, and it's just a case of really building up stars, giving them the TV time, give them the compelling feuds. Tiffany Nia is not it. That is a backward step. That is definitely a backward step. I would be tempted to have Nia around the mid-card or even in the tag division, but I don't think she should be around that world title at the moment. And certainly not whilst Tiffany's got it, because we've already done this feud. So that says to me that you've got something good planned, but it's just a bit further down the road and you need something to get you through. I mean, like, we're doing Tiffany, Nia, I don't know, Money in the Bank, Saturday night's main event, I don't know. But we're clearly going to do that match soon. And that clearly is not SummerSlam. So whoever Tiffany faces at SummerSlam, obviously, we're saving that for then. And really, we've just got this at the moment. So I sort of feel like, yeah, there's not really anything I would do that would revolutionize. I think they've done a lot this year that I would have done. Call up some of that good talent from NXT, introduce those mid-card titles, try and give the women more TV time, and just keep building, just keep growing, just keep developing. I do think it's a shame that we did let go of, like, Dakota Kai. You could maybe say Shayna Baszler, but I don't want to be mean. I don't want to say anything that's going to be mean, but I'm just going to be honest we just spoke about people making the most of their TV time. Did Shayna Baszler do that? Shayna Baszler's style is not the most eye-catching. It's very MMA-based, lots of holds. It's not the most exciting. And I don't know that is... She's a badass. She's a legit badass, and I really respect that. But I think unless you're going to have her presented a very specific way, I don't know that it works. I really think the way you present Shayna Baszler is as this wrestling machine. You present her, I suppose, in a way like you did Ken Shamrock, yeah? You present her as like someone that everyone should be scared of. You know, Ken Shamrock, the most dangerous man in the world. Well, Shayna Baszler, the most dangerous woman in the world. And you kind of build her up with that sort of presentation. You have the other girls showing fear of Shayna. Instead, she just felt like a girl on the roster that no one cared about. It was not a problem if you had to wrestle Shayna. No one seemed scared of her. And so if no one's going to be scared and the presentation's not going to be right, then all you're left with is someone doing holds and arm bars and, joint manipulation, whatever, which it doesn't really play great to the live crowds. It's too intricate. That kind of mat-based stuff, it's just not what people are looking for at the moment. There's a place for it. There's a presentation. There's a way it can work, but not in WWE at the moment. I wouldn't say never, because I think it's a wrestling style. It's kind of that catch-can style, which has been around for so long, and it definitely has worked. But I just think it's really hard when you've got like Penta and all these people on the show doing all these flips, and like, look at what the girls can do. Look what Io's doing. Do you know what I mean? You got all that going on. It's that's difficult. That is. So yeah, some of the releases were, a real shame. Some of them I heard were because of injuries. Some they said was because of age. I think Braun's was because of salary, is what I heard. There are various different reasons, but yeah, I mean, listen, if we've had to lose a few girls so that we can then bring up Giulia, bring up Stephanie, bring up Roxanne, I think people could probably understand that, okay, I get it. I see the vision. I see where we're going. So I'm just going to trust that is going to keep evolving and developing. Hopefully we get Asuka back soon. We get Kairi Sane back soon. Hopefully we continue on our way. I said the other day, I think women's wrestling is in a good place at the moment. It can be better, but I think we're in a much better place than we were even going back 5 years. I think that, you've genuinely now, some of the biggest names we've got in WWE are Liv, Rhea. Like, they are not just big for the women's division. They are just big. Do you know what I mean? Liv is up there with the guys. Like, when it comes to star power, I think she's right up there. Same with Bianca. Same with Rhea. Like, we've managed to get these girls to such a high level where legitimately people were wondering if that women's triple threat was going to main event night one. People really were asking the question of, is Roman and Punk, where are they going to go? Are they main eventing or are they opening one of the nights? And like, I always felt that Roman Punk would close night one, but there was plenty of people out there that was thinking it might be the girls. So, I think we're in a decent place, but we just got to keep growing, keep improving. And again, they're about to drop that Evolution pay-per-view, aren't they? That PLE, that all-women's PLE. I mean, that's only gonna help. That ain't gonna hurt, is it? Doing that, bringing that back. I think, honestly, I've seen enough to say that I think they have actually put a focus on women's wrestling this year. I would say the same about the SmackDown tag division. I would say the SmackDown tag division has definitely been a project this year. They have definitely sat down and said, we want to improve the tag division. I think that same conversation has happened around the women. I think they've said that they want to improve it because I can list enough stuff that we've just gone through to say that we are doing stuff right now to try and make the women's division feel bigger, to help it grow even more, And I'm all for it because I love women's wrestling. I credit Alondra Blaze for that. When I was young, I watched Alondra, and I've said so many times, when she got the opportunity to wrestle, she knew, and she said this, that she had to out-wrestle the men. She had to be better than the men because she knew that she was fighting for TV time. The men would just get it. They'd get given it. They had it all the time. But the women, they were just a side thing. They were just a little attraction on the side. So if they're going to get TV time, they've got to make it count. And she really did. She always, all gas, no brakes when it came to Alondra Blaze. She really never went out there and had a poor match, never went out there and just phoned it in. You never could say that about her. She went out there and gave 110%. And even as a kid, I noticed, I saw that she was putting the work in. And obviously, I wasn't thinking that way. I wasn't like, oh, she's putting the work in. She's a good worker. I wasn't thinking that as I was a kid. But I knew that her matches were exciting. And I knew that there was a lot that was happening. I knew that she wasn't just in there with a headlock standing, right? You know, she was constantly going off the ropes, going to the outside. Lovely pace about her matches. And so, you know, this is kind of where my love came from, because you see someone like Alondra, or you see someone like Bull Nakano, who was also fantastic, and had like the kind of Marge hair, blue sticking up, and like she was always quite eye-catching as a result. You know, you see people like that and you want to see more of it. I wanted to see more of it. And unfortunately, the women got cut, didn't they? That was it. 95, sorry, we're out of money. Whole women's division, which was about 3 or 4 girls, just got let go. We are a million miles from that. Yeah? You want to know where women's wrestling is in 2025? Well, how about 30 years ago, there wasn't even a division. 30 years ago, we cut the division because we didn't have enough money, and we got rid of like 4 or 5 girls. Yeah? That's where we was 30 years ago. Look at where we are now. JPville says, the problem with treating these characters right after years of mismanagement is that any good treatment is considered a consolation prize for wasting their careers on bad booking. Well, yes. I mean, I don't disagree. I think that it may be viewed that way. I mean, Shinsuke in particular. So Shinsuke's not had a very good time on the main roster, certainly not in the past 5-6 years. He had a little bit of buzz when he first came up. I think he fought AJ for the title at 34, and after winning the Rumble. So, I mean, that takes us back to, 2018? So, yeah, you know, since the pandemic, I'd say it's been very disappointing for Shinsuke. But he is someone that has had lots of, like, I don't know if he's had lots of mid-card titles, but he has had mid-card title runs. And I think he's someone that has still got a bit of an aura. I think when he comes down with that new entrance theme and everything, people are paying attention. He's one of those guys that you keep hearing people say, I wish they would push Shinsuke. Do you reckon this will be the start of the Shinsuke push? I wish they would push Shinsuke. You hear a lot of people saying that. And so, you know, maybe this is where Money in the Bank can kind of be a wonderful shortcut. Because rather than going through the process of trying to build them up and trying to tell a story to get them there, you can skip all that. You can skip it. And you can just get them there. Do you know what I mean? Like, rather than us trying to get a story of, like, how do we get Shinsuke to the belt, just give him Money in the Bank. That way, he can get to the belt. And he can do promos and stuff whilst he's got the briefcase, so that fans that aren't really used to him can become used to him. The other great thing about having the briefcase is you can insert yourself in the main event picture more than once. So, do you know what I mean? Like, whenever, like, there's 2 people that are about to fight at SummerSlam, well, don't forget Shinsuke. You know, he can get involved in the promos at times, just reminding them that he is around. So it serves a lot of purposes. I mean, even if the cash-in is failed, it still gives you great exposure, gives you a great boost, gives you a great opportunity to get involved in some big segments, which you probably wouldn't be involved in otherwise. So I would not be down on that. But yeah, if he won, people might see it as a consolation prize, but he won't care, to be honest. You know, he will just be thrilled that he's managed to climb that mountaintop. If you've worked so hard and done everything that's been asked of you, and you're so respected that the company wants to put a world title on you, there isn't really a negative way of looking at that, is there? There's not really a negative way of looking at that. The company is basically saying, thank you for all your work, you know? And we're going to give you this, like, run. It might not be the longest run, but we really appreciate everything you've kind of done and all the work that you've done. And honestly, that's just that's a nicer thing to happen than it not happen. So if I was Shinsuke, I wouldn't be, like, down about it. I'd be over the moon. But it is true that, fans' perception might be that it's nothing more than just that, But that might be true. Octavia, shout out to you, my friend. Thank you. Thank you for everything you do. Love and respect to you. Octavia. Thank you, my friend. Appreciate the kind words. I hope you've had a good day. Irish Sam said, Days, HB Yalla, Yada. Let's go. Just watched an exclusive interview that WWE dropped 40 minutes ago. It was with Jacob. It was brilliant. It is all about the legend of a man and his real life. So Irish Sam is totally on board with Jacob Fatu. And, I'm a big fan of his as well. I mean, definite future world champion there. Definite future world champion. Going to be very interesting, though. See how he's going to deal with this Jeff Cobb situation. It's going to be interesting. James, hello. Hope you're doing well, buds. Days, I'm so happy for Elena, Cora, and Priscilla Kelly, Gigi, Shotzi. They're getting loads of bookings. MLW, Wrestling Revolver, Atomic Legacy Wrestling, just to name a few. Yeah, very good. Very good. Not a big surprise because, well, they're great talents. They've got good names. This is the kind of talent those shows love having. So I had a sneaky suspicion they would be okay, and that there'd be plenty of interest. But yeah, hopefully they can make a ton of money and kind of have fun as well. I mean, it sounds stupid, doesn't it? But it's such a blow. Imagine if you was in WWE and, you're kind of like working towards, what's next for you and, where's your character going to go? And, oh, God, when that next opportunity comes across, you're going to smash it. You're going to smash it. And, and then all of a sudden you get a phone call. Thanks for your services. You're done. I mean, it's hard to kind of fathom how big of a blow that is. And that is why people are so heartbroken for people, because I think you can kind of understand that. Certainly if you put yourself in their shoes, you can understand what a massive blow that must be. So for them to now go off and have all these bookings, that's amazing. I'm really pleased for them. I hope they enjoy it as well, though. I hope they, can go off and continue to enjoy pro wrestling, because you probably do run the risk of losing a bit of that passion. Because you could easily get disillusioned, couldn't you? I think you could, and I think some do actually get disillusioned with how the game works. It's business at the end of the day, and business is dirty. So I hope they enjoy it. I hope they stick with it. And who knows, if they do, maybe we end up seeing them back in WWE. But if they enjoy it, even if they don't make it back, that'll be okay, because they're still doing something they love, But very pleased to hear that, James. Carl said, what are the thoughts on Natalya and why she's not had a serious singles run? I think she is a bit of a victim, actually, of a couple of things. I think, first of all, her personality has never been... she's never been funny, right? She's never been someone that can get a microphone and, make you laugh. She's someone that's very... I've got this fire inside me. I'm a heart, very determined, which is fantastic. But I don't know that Natalya's got much more than that. Like, every time you hear her cutting a promo, it's always about her family. It's always about legacy. It's always about that. It's a little bit one note. You need a bit more to your game, really, right? And that's hard because you can only do what you're asked to do, But I think she is someone that is interested in putting out pictures of her in bikinis online, which is fine, right? Obviously. And then talking, when she gets opportunity, to talk about her name, her dad, her Brett, the Heart Dungeon, being the best women's wrestler. But she's done that for so long now that is all there is, really. And I think that you've got to show a bit more than that. The other problem you've got as well is that if you don't show anything else, you've got girls that are coming in that will show something else. You know, what Rhea Ripley does is not what Natalya can do, right? Rhea Ripley's obviously got that kind of goth vibe. Mom is always on top. She's cheeky, yeah? Even the way she does her pin, where she, like, you know, the pretzel pin, you know, and it's, like, you know, kind of grabs attention, shall we say, because of the way she pins her opponents, sticks her tongue out, you know? And it's like, you don't see Natalya doing that. So I'm not saying she should do that, but I'm just saying that, well, there's Rhea, and that's what Rhea is doing, and, you know, Rhea is providing that. But then you've got, say, Shayna Baszler that's bringing in, like, MMA stuff, and legitimate MMA stuff as well, because she fought in UFC. And, you know, Natalya can wrestle, but I don't know that she can provide, like, MMA stuff. She can't do what Ronda Rousey can do. So, you know, you've had Ronda come in and doing those things. You've got, like, the youngsters, like, look at Liv. Liv was this bratty little kid, right? Who, I suppose in a way, is still a bratty little kid. But since she's turned heel, it's become a lot more compelling, right? It's kind of all fallen into place. And she's got Daddy Dom and all that stuff. You don't see Natalya doing that, and I don't think Natalya could do that, right? I don't think it would really work if she was trying to do that character. But there's another flavour that she could have, you know, done something with. She could have took elements from these things. She could have done a few different things. The point I'm making is she's very one tone. And I look at, like, all the women on the roster and all the different kind of characters that we've got. And I just sort of feel like as the years have gone by, we've added these different characters, which, you know, there's elements that Natalya could have brought into her own personality. And but we've added them from other girls. And I think she's just found herself going down the pecking order. You know, she's found herself getting replaced by a Rhea Ripley. She's found herself getting replaced by a Bianca Belair. She's found herself getting replaced by an Io, by a Charlotte, by a Becky, by a Sasha, by a Bayley. You know, as the years have gone by over the last 10 years, she's just got further and further down the pecking order. And the problem you've got is that as you bring in a Rhea, well, that box is ticked. We don't need a Rhea. We've got a Rhea, so you can't do that now. And as we bring in an Io and she's doing all the acrobatic stuff, well, we don't need that. We've got that in Io. And as you bring in Liv and she's a bratty kid, well, we don't need that. We've got that. And I think that Natalya has stood firm on her, I'm a heart, I'm a dungeon, you know, heart dungeon survivor and all this kind of stuff, that sort of passion. And she's just stood firm on that for, like, well, her career, right? And there was a little bit of Total Divas in there. She's done the photo shoot outside of wrestling, all the little photo shoot stuff that she's been doing. But I don't see anything more than that. And I think that WWE needed to support Natalya more than they have, because she needs to be the leader of a group. Yeah, she needs, if she's just going to be, I'm the best, I'm this amazing wrestler, then the only way she really works, in my mind, is as like a final boss. You know, you have to get through her group to get to her, and she is the final boss, really. She is that final challenge. And, you know, she's going to be too good for a lot of the women. But have some of the other girls kind of standing up for Natalya. Have some of the other girls do some of the talking for Natalya. Natalya, unfortunately, is an amazing wrestler. But I think her promos, her character, those have been kind of lacking a little. Not drastic. You know, not to the point where, why is she on WWE? It's clear why she's on WWE. She's fantastic as a wrestler. When it comes to the wrestling side, she's amazing. But the personality, the charisma has long been lacking. Or more lacking, we should say, than the wrestling. And I think she knows that. So WWE have got a choice. Do you bring in other girls that then go ahead of her that are more charismatic? Like a Liv, like a Rhea, yeah, like a Bianca? Or do you support Natalya and put some girls with her and have her like be elevated by the fact they all look up to her? She is a locker room leader behind the scenes. She is respected behind the scenes. But we only, fleetingly get glimpses of that on camera. Like, people respect her, but not to the point where they're going to, help her. She's just having to fend for herself, really, when it comes to wrestling and WWE. And WWE just don't seem to want to give her that support. And I think it's because it's a big story to do it. If you're going to they've tried giving her tag partners. It never works. That never works. Like, it needs to be a bigger group. She needs to go to NXT, grab a load of girls, bring them to the main roster, and she needs to be in charge of a damage control. If she was the leader of a damage control that had 3 or 4 girls with her that would go off and do what she wanted, I'm gonna teach you how to wrestle. I'm gonna teach you how to make it in WWE. And all I need for you to do is do exactly as I say. And she tells them, they go off, they do it. And she's the linchpin. She's the king, the queen, yeah? She's the one that's running the plays. And then, of course, that's going to upset people. They're going to come after her. She's got women that can deal with that. If they get past that, they'll get to her. When they do get to her, if she wins those matches, that's going to make her look good. Like, that to me is a no-brainer. That to me is like how I would present Natalya. But that is a lot of work because you are putting women with her and you are building a whole story around her. And I don't know that WWE have ever wanted to do that and kind of go down that road. So to be honest, I think that she's been kind of just used sparingly. Like, oh, you need a tag partner. Let's use Natalya. Oh, we need someone for NXT. Let's use Natalya. Oh, we need someone for Survivor Series team. Natalya. Natalya is kind of just shoved where she's needed. Rather than being the focus, she's the solution. She just goes, all right, problem. Natalya will do that. Maybe a little bit of being a bit too soft, a bit too walked over, not standing her ground backstage, Sometimes you got to stand your ground and say, no, I want better than this. I need better stories than this. This isn't good enough. But she has never quite had that. I think she is a lovely person. And I think, a mixture of things, like we said, personality and all of that, I think has resulted in her just kind of being used sparingly, unfortunately. Certainly more recently. I mean, she was a decent-sized player back in the day, and she's had moments. It's not like she's never won championships or anything, but if you look at how many titles she's won compared to how long she's been around, it's disgustingly low. Natalya, I mean, like, why was Natalya not the first women's Intercontinental? I have no idea why we did not make Natalya the first women's. She could have dropped that belt a month later to Lyra, a few weeks later to Lyra. The history books would have said Natalya was the first ever women's Intercontinental. I don't think Lyra needed that honor. She needed the belt, and she still could have had her matches with Bayley, with Becky. She still could have done everything she had done. But why did we not give that title to Natalya just for the first couple of weeks? I have absolutely no idea. The only thing I can say is that it shows how far out of the thinking she actually is now. How far she is just not even the focus anymore. It's all about Stephanie, Giulia, Roxanne, Lyra, Tiffany building for the future, which I totally understand. But Natalya now is in that role of, you get the scraps. And it's such a shame. It is really such a shame. But I think, to be honest with you, everything we just said about building a faction around, that needed to have happened like 5 years ago. That needed to have happened already. You can still do it, but I don't think they'll do it now. I think that was kind of what we needed a while ago, and we never did it. MLW Flash, thank you, my friends. Really appreciate the support. Firing in some memberships. And there was a great suggestion by Wrestle with Andy. Wrestle with Andy that maybe we should start putting wrestlers into like a Hall of Fame, a community Hall of Fame. I really like that idea because I would be very interested to know who you guys would put in. You know, what would that Hall of Fame look like if we chose who we put into a Hall of Fame? Who would we vote in? I mean, I imagine it would be Stone Cold's, Undertaker's, but once you've got past those, once you've done your big rocks, Undertaker, you know, who starts going in then? Who starts going in then? Who starts, you know, once you start getting past that top layer, it could get really, really interesting. So I'm sort of really tempted to just go, right, look, Stone Cold, Undertaker, Brett, blah, blah, blah. These are givens. Let's just put them in straight away and then go from there, you know? I'm sort of interested in doing that. Or, I don't know, maybe you do it on people that it can't be anyone that's already in the WWE Hall of Fame, but that eliminates too many people, I think. But I don't know, that I think is something we are going to discuss on Thursday. I think we'll discuss it Thursday. We'll get it figured out. And once we've figured it out, I think we'll launch something next week. So I really do like that. I think Wrestle with Andy had a great idea with that. How we do it, how many people go in. There's been a lot of wrestlers. A lot of wrestlers. We could put 2 in at a time or something like that, you know. I'm all right with putting a couple in each month. But yeah, I think we'll talk about that on Thursday. James said, my picks for this year's Money in the Bank's going to be Cross and Chelsea Green. Well, that'd be great if it was them. I love both of those. Frankie said the community would put in Bray and Alexa. Well, they would. Yes, they would. I don't, to be honest, I mean, both of them I expect to go into the proper Hall of Fame anyway, so I don't think that's a bad choice. But yes, there would definitely be a month where they would go in and that would be that done. And then maybe it would be Rowan and Luke Harper the month after. You know? But yeah, it would be really interesting. Get rid of the Wyatt stuff, because yes, you're right. Get rid of like the big names like your Rocks, Undertakers, and then, you know, more the mid-card, I suppose. I'd be just really interested to know, like, imagine if you had Papa Shango, Doink, I don't know, Paul Burchill, and maybe flipping The Miz. It'd be really interesting to know, like, once you get to more that mid-card level, what people would be voting and who would be going in. It could be really fun. The only problem is that starting point in it, because at first I think it's just going to be a lot of Undertakers and all of that, so I can't quite figure that bit out. That's the bit I'm struggling with. I can't figure, because I don't want to just put them in, because that doesn't really feel right. But equally, I don't know. It's tricky, innit? See my point? It's tricky. Can't figure it out. I don't want to just put them in, but then if I don't, I know that the first few months is going to, well, maybe even more than that. I mean, there's probably like 6 months worth, isn't there? So for 6 months, we're just going to put in Undertaker, Brett, Shawn, Rock, Cena, Roman, you know? I sort of feel like, do we need to skip that? But we'll talk about it Thursday. Mohammed said, Days, I didn't know about that. About Cena, Money in the Bank, McIntyre. Oh, what, you didn't know? Yeah, they're just like, I say they're rumours, but they're pretty strong, to be honest. The word was doing the round about, word was doing the round about Cena R-Truth before Backlash, but I didn't see it. So, yeah, as soon as we got to Backlash, I was quite surprised that R-Truth got involved in the main event. I still don't think he should have, personally. Said that on Saturday. But, you know, if they are trying to build to Saturday night's main event, then certainly what happened at the press conference makes a lot of sense. Right, let's not forget when Sabu met Vince first time in a backstage segment. And when Sabu flew from the top in 97, he was offered to be the Sultan but declined, it says Hannah. Lee said, can we do a live stream for the Europa League final between Man United and Spurs? Put a poll up to see if the chat wants to see you do it. I'm not massively tempted, to be honest with you, because I've done football streams before and there's only very limited interest. If I do a poll will say yes. I mean, if you ask people, would you like us to do a stream or not do a stream? People are going to say yes, of course they are. So I don't really feel a need to do a poll. But equally, I've sort of learned my lesson as well. Like, not like, if we do that stream, I reckon we will get 5,000 or less views, something like that. I mean, when we were doing football streams before, they were doing about 2,000 views. And if we do football one, it'd be about the same as when we do NXT on a Tuesday. We don't have the community for it. There's, people that like football, but to be honest, if you like football, there's so many places to go. Like, there's so many football channels that have got like big communities, and people are obviously going to join them. It's hard. If you was going to do it, you'd have to do football on a regular basis. Really, as a one-off, it's hard. I think it's got to be a monster game, like World Cup final, where you get loads of casual fans tuning in for the first time. I don't know, even the Europa final. I don't know that is that. I don't know that is like World Cup final level. So, don't know. I can't say I'm tempted. I'm not totally close to the idea, but I don't know. I think I might need to spend that time on wrestling stuff. James said, don't do it. I'll be stressed. Nick said, I would only watch if Man City won the FA Cup and Fulham were 9th and 1 point behind 7th. Pack said, Days, do you think they should change up the sets for Raw and SmackDown and PLEs? Yes and no. I think that not Raws and SmackDowns. I think they're just fine as they are. I don't tune into Raw excited for the set, The set to me is, I'm not bothered. As long as it's got, like, I can see a screen and it's, there's some sort of the summit there. But saying that, I like what they do at the Rumble. There's not much of a screen at the Rumble, but I don't mind it. It looks pretty good. I really don't mind it. I don't mind what they do at SummerSlam most years, which, again, not much of a screen when it comes to SummerSlam. But it's not like we've got this massive Titantron above the entranceway. Like, they try to get people behind instead. So they're really trying to get as many people in as possible. I don't mind that. I do look back at some of the old Backlashes and the old Armageddons and some of the King of the Rings, there's been some crazy sets. Crazy sets. I do think that, like, maybe for some of those bigger shows, like your WrestleMania, we do something special. Rumble, we don't really do much. They just kind of come up from the baseball dugout, don't they? So they kind of come up from there. And so Rumble, SummerSlam, we don't do a great deal. I think you could do some up with Survivor Series. Survivor Series, again, that's just an entranceway. Tends to have a couple of cages, doesn't it? For Survivor Series, for the War Games match in the entranceway. I mean, you could definitely do something there. I think there is a place for bringing some sets in at certain shows. I reckon you could do something for Money in the Bank. Money in the Bank, I think you could do something pretty fun. But to be honest with you, I would not go OTT with sets because, like most things, if you do it all the time, it sort of loses its impact. I would do it at a few shows, couple of shows. I think it would be really fun, actually, if there was one show in particular, maybe like Night of Champions, yeah? Something like Night of Champions, where each year all the titles are defended and it's a different theme each year. And you could, like, change the theme and the set could be changed to each theme. You know, a bit like Grand Theft Auto. When Grand Theft Auto is being worked on, people are like, oh, I've heard it's going to be like Vice City. I've heard it might be like San Andreas. I've heard it might be, we might be going to London. I've heard it could be set in Africa. Do you know what I mean? Like, you just don't know. You don't know what the theming is going to be. I mean, we've done a few different themes for Grand Theft Auto in the past. So, it could be quite gritty and urban. It could be quite chilled in Miami, It could be set in the modern day. It could be set back in the 80s. You just don't know, right? I sort of like that. Night of Champions, and it could have, like, any sort of theming. That could be really fun to do a show, and then that could be reflected in the set. You get a decent set at WrestleMania, and I would expect a decent set at SummerSlam because it's 2 days as well. So, you know, stage reveal, I wouldn't be shocked if they did it for SummerSlam. But no, I would not be doing it for all the Raws and all the SmackDowns and all of the PLEs. I think there is a place for sets, and I do look back at some of those old sets, and you know, I'm like, oh man, that was so fun when we did that. But yeah, I wouldn't go OTT with it. I think sometimes less is more. But at the moment, we don't really have anything, do we? I mean, really, outside of WrestleMania, I can't tell you of any special sets. Outside of WrestleMania, there isn't really anything. So we definitely could do with something outside of WrestleMania. But maybe like a theme show like that could be fun. Dates, who do we think for Money in the Bank this year, said Batman Big Fan? Well, it does seem to be that people's attention is sort of switching over to that. I'm getting that vibe today that this is kind of where the conversation is moved on to. And to be honest, I've not thought about it, so I can't really give you a great answer. I mean, I'm always going to say Sammy for the guys, but, you know, James mentioned Carrion, and I wouldn't be down on Carrion. I wouldn't be down on a few people. This year is a bit of a strange one because, as we said, we might end up with needing someone to cash in on Cena at the end of the year. And if we're in a situation where we need that, then, you know, it could be Cena, it could be Punk, it could be a lot of different people, right? So I'm really open this year to whatever it's going to be. I'll be like, right, obviously the one I don't want is Logan. I'm not looking for Logan to win it. But really, yeah, I'm kind of open this year to whatever it is they've got planned. I mean, they absolutely botched last year. Last year, Drew won and, you know, failed the cash in later that night. And I absolutely hated it. And I hated it then. I hate it now. I absolutely hated it. I thought it was a stupid waste. Unnecessary. That feud did not need it. That feud did not become more heated because of it. They hated each other anyway. And that Money in the Bank being wasted did nothing, in my opinion. Did nothing. So I was annoyed at last year's. And actually, if you go back like through the history of recent Money in the Banks and you look at Austin Theory and kind of what he did with his cash in, I don't have great optimism when it comes to Triple H and Money in the Bank. I would actually say that his Money in the Bank booking is very poor. So hopefully they've got something planned. Hopefully it's going to be good. Sammy would be my pick for the guys. Dakota might have been my pick for the girls. I sort of feel like Dakota, because of her injuries, she's really struggled to kind of get momentum. Sometimes, as I said, you just need to take that shortcut. Sometimes you just need to go, do you know what? It's been really hard to get this person to where we need them. Let's just do this, and that will get them there, and we'll fix it after. And, you know, if Dakota was still around, she is a name I'd mentioned on a previous stream for Money in the Bank this year as a potential. She wasn't someone I was, like, locked in with, but, you know, as a potential. But, again, I might have to Nick James's. I think now that Chelsea has lost her United States championship, I think Chelsea with Chelsea in the bank, I think that could be really fun, couldn't it? Having her around with that briefcase, just constantly sneaking up to the champions, just letting them know that she's around. I mean, you know, she would have a lot of fun with that. And we would have a lot of fun with her having that as well. So, yeah, hard to not say Chelsea, to be honest. Oh, almost got him. He was on my light. Lee said, Days, you're a United fan. I am, yes. A lot of us would like a football stream. You do UFC, so just do the Europa final. Lee, shout out to you. There is a big difference, though, Lee, and that is that there is a big crossover between UFC and WWE. This was a crossover that I was familiar with quite a while ago, which is why we've done UFC streams going back to like 2018, because in my mind, wrestling is two people fighting, like trying to find out who's the better person. And a lot of people, when they get into it, they believe what they're watching is real. I did when I was a kid. No one in my family watched wrestling, so no one was cluing me in, right? No one was sitting me down and like letting me know the truth. So as I was watching, I was like trying to work it out. What is this? My mind was blown. And obviously, you talk to friends and you get told. And so, but yeah, there's a good couple of years there when I'm a kid that I'm believing what I'm seeing as these two people or four people, if it's a tag match or whatever, are battling away, that you believe what you're watching. As you get older, I think this is a natural progression into UFC. Not everyone takes that jump, but I do think that UFC being around now, I think there is a very similar market there where one's entertainment, one's a sport. You could say that one is family friendly, the other not so much. I wouldn't say that UFC is particularly friendly for kids. I don't know that they would find it all that interesting. Some kids would. But there is obviously a similarity there. And I think that's why, like, going back to like 2018 when I started doing wrestling streams, it wasn't long after we started UFC. And then lo and behold, flipping TKO comes over, has UFC already, and buys WWE because I believe they were of a similar mindset. So for me, there's a crossover there. I don't see a crossover with football. Football is obviously a very popular sport, but it's not the same as us doing UFC streams. We did a whole separate football channel a few years ago, and it was fine. I mean, it was fine. I enjoyed it, but it took up a lot of time. And we don't. I learned from that we don't have a community that's massively engaged in football. A large percentage of our audience is based in America, and you know how popular soccer is in America. It's probably like the 5th most popular sport over there. So our community is a community that's very Canadian, American, makes up about, I think it's like 60% of our community is based over in America, Canada. It's why when I talk quite a bit, I'm talking about like, I don't know what it's like in America, or I try to talk about Eastern time quite a bit because I know the numbers suggest that the largest portion of our community is based over there. And so from an analytical point of view, it doesn't really add up, to be honest with you. So, I mean, look, I am interested because I'm a Man United fan and it's a game that I want to watch anyway. So, I am sort of interested in that regard. But I don't know, is it better for me to sit here and work on doing games for the members and catching up with notifications? Is it better for me to use my time that way? I don't know. I can tell you there are no plans to do it. So until you just mentioned it, it's not something I'd even considered, to be honest. Jamie said, Days, do you think we'll see something else from R-Truth other than comedy? Could he act a little bit betrayed, emotional, and speak about John personally? That would be good. Or will it stay comedy? No, I think there needs to be a little edge here because I think it depends on the match. If this is going to be John versus R-Truth for the title, then it can't stay comedy because R-Truth has got to talk about what this means to him, right? All of a sudden, R-Truth is getting what I have got to think is going to be his final title opportunity. I mean, certainly a world title. I mean, the only reason he's getting this is because of the fact that he has spent his career talking about how John Cena's been his childhood hero, right? This is a very unique, specific situation, right? R-Truth ain't going to be winning a Rumble. He ain't going to be winning Money in the Bank, or at least I wouldn't think so. He ain't going to be winning Elimination Chamber. I can't imagine that he's going to be getting another world title opportunity. So actually, we need to have a look at this and go, okay, the story here, the story is that R-Truth is going to feel betrayed by John doing what he did to him. He's always supported him. He never turned his back on him. But now after what went down at the press conference, I think R-Truth will see the truth, right? Everyone's been trying to tell him he's not good. He's not good. He didn't listen. And then I think he found out at the press conference, right? So if this is going to be a title match, R-Truth, I think, now needs to show that he is hurt. He is betrayed. I think there needs to be a little focus in there now. I would drop the comedy. I would drop the comedy because I think this is one of your last opportunities now to have R-Truth talk about how betrayed he feels, how he feels like he's lived a lie, how he can't believe he got treated that way. And for him to talk about how that has been took away from him, you know, that has been took away. And so he's going to take away something from John now. And that's going to be the WWE Championship. And what would that mean for R-Truth? Because all of a sudden that opens the door for him to talk about his career. And it opens the door for him to talk about how he never quite made it to that level. And for him to actually talk on a deeper level here, rather than just be that comedy character. For him to actually express how much he loves the fans, how he's grateful for all of their support, but how there's always been something missing in his career, which has been a top title in WWE. And he certainly wasn't expecting this opportunity, but he's going to make the most of this opportunity. And he can promise the fans that he is going to really, probably for the final time, give everything he's got to try and get that missing piece of his career. And I think that there is a very compelling story there with a very compelling narrative where he can just shift it a little bit, just shift it away from comedy, go into a bit more of a focus and allow him to talk seriously about his own career, because he deserves that. He deserves this moment where he can talk about his career himself and look back a little bit. You know, and he can say about, like, I know I get confused sometimes, but, you know, I'm not confused about this. And I think that will really resonate. I could really understand the fans being like, mate, I am so locked in for R-Truth. I so want him to do it. And he won't. He won't. He will fall short, right? It won't happen. And there will be 2.999s, yeah? There are going to be moments where he is going to have Cena in big trouble. And maybe even Cena has to cheat to find a way of getting through. But of course he's going to get through. And I think what you might end up with is a dejected, heartbroken R-Truth in the ring with his head down, and that place just on its feet, applauding and giving him his flowers. And R-Truth deserves that. He very much deserves that. So I think you can sort of see, for a Saturday night's main event, how fun that could be. I am not down on John Cena R-Truth as a match. It really reminds me a lot like Miz and Jerry Lawler. I don't know if we spoke about R-Truth and I used this comparison. I remember talking about this the other day. Miz, Jerry Lawler with that ladder match. Miz was champion. Jerry Lawler got a title opportunity. Jerry was the commentator, but of course he's a flipping wrestling legend. And he was well past his prime. But in a ladder match where the Miz is down and he's just got to climb up the ladder and get the, like, kind of felt like, oh, he's got a chance. And they made it so close. They made it so close. If my memory serves me correct, I think the Miz is down. I think Jerry is climbing that ladder. And I think Michael Cole gets involved. And I think Michael costs Jerry. And I think that helps set up Michael at WrestleMania. And I believe that's how we ended up getting to that match. But Jerry was on the verge of winning the WWE Championship. Miz was done. He was dealt with. He was down. He was not stopping Jerry. And it's Michael that does. I remember being heartbroken. Heartbroken. Jerry the King Lawler is someone I've been watching since I first started watching WWE. And he was a wrestler when I started watching. I mean, he had that feud with Bret Hart, which was amazing. And obviously, you know, goes through that whole program. And I remember him like bad-mouthing Stu Hart up on the balcony and all this great stuff. And of course, he would be a commentator as well, and he would jump on commentary. And of course, during the Attitude Era, he was a commentator. He didn't wrestle then. But like, yeah, I saw him as a wrestler at first, and he moved into commentary. So for him to very, very late in his career get that final opportunity, and for him to come so flipping close, and had he have won, it would have been logical. It wouldn't have been like, oh, that was nonsense. Like, I promise, you watch it and you were like, this all makes sense. Like, if this happens, it's not like he's just beat Cena. He beat The Miz, because Miz was obviously a weak champion. So, like, it's not like he had to beat Roman Reigns. He had to get past The Miz, and it wasn't even in a match. It was a ladder match. So, again, you're like, I can believe that he can get The Miz, like, you know, down on the outside, or, you know, tie him in the ropes or whatever and climb a ladder. I could believe it. I thought the way they did it was excellent. I thought it was a really excellent, and it left me heartbroken. I really wanted him to win, even though I knew he wouldn't. But I think you could take a leaf out of that book and do something similar with John Cena R-Truth, where afterwards you'll be heartbroken. Because I think if you spend the next couple of weeks R-Truth telling you how much this means to him and how he's heartbroken that he's been betrayed, then it could be low-key a really fantastic little match. A really fantastic. You know Cena's going to win, but it doesn't take anything away, you know? Just low-key, really... Oh, God. I really wanted him to. I wanted him to be the one that beat Cena. Oh, God. But he won't, of course. Cena will go on. He's got to face the likes of CM Punk and whatever. So he'll go on, but at least that'd be R-Truth getting his moment, you know? And what would be quite nice is at the end of the year if R-Truth, kind of when Cena turns back face, comes out and gives him a hug or something, just to show that that bridge has been mended again. Could be good, actually. Could be really fun. Joe, Adam, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate it, but Joe says, you're the biggest boomer in the Eastern time zone. Also, I root for Juventus. Joe, shout out to you, dudes. Yeah, I am a Man United fan. I am nervous about that game. Man United really need to win it because, if you win that final, you go into the Champions League, which is the big European cup. That's where you get Barcelona, Juventus, Real Madrid, Liverpool, you know, all these massive teams. And Man United just are not in that competition. They are not doing well enough in the league. But if you win the Europa League, you get into that competition. So not only do you win a cup, but it gets you into that competition next year. And that competition, they reckon, is worth about £100 million. It's worth a lot of money just to be in it. The amount of money you make from ticket sales and all that stuff and prize money, just being, not even winning it, just being in it is significant. So it is good in the sense of there's a serious prize at stake, and it's not the cup. No one cares about about the cup. It's about winning it to get into that Champions League. So there's a lot of excitement around that game. There's a lot of excitement around at this time of year because, much like the end of the football season in America, it's the end of the football seasons here in Europe, and so a lot of those big leagues are coming to an end now. Got a couple more weeks left to go, and they'll be done. And so everyone's like, you know, champions are being crowned, teams are being relegated, European Cups are being won. So yeah, it's a busy time this time of year when it comes to that sport. It's a busy time this time of year when it comes to wrestling as well. As we said, only a couple of weeks and we'll be at Saturday night's main event. So, Joe, shout out to you, my friend. Thank you for the kind words. And the Beach Kevin said, lots of people backstage like R-Truth. Could this mean that at War Games we get Team R-Truth against Team Cena? I wouldn't think so. I wouldn't think that they would position him that way. I think that R-Truth is a comedy character. I don't think he's a focus. I think, for example, you wouldn't do John Cena R-Truth at SummerSlam or anything major like that. He's not a major focus. I didn't even know that we would do anything with R-Truth, to be honest with you. What I thought there would be is I thought R-Truth would show Cena support, Cena would attack him, and that would be it. If you asked me, like, when the heel turn happened, what do I expect? I would have said, I think that'll be it. Because there's so many people that need to face Cena. This is his last year. You know, I mean, like Bron Breakker you could do. Gunther you could do. If we sat down and wrote a list of matches for Cena that we would love to see, yeah, a lot of people might put R-Truth down on it. But there's a lot of names that would be on that list as well. And there's only so many matches Cena's going to have. So for me, I thought the way they might use it is to really cement this heel turn, have R-Truth kind of represent those people that are still riding with Cena. Have R-Truth really be like, let's go Cena. I'm not budging. Yeah, he's a good guy. I ain't changing my mind. Cena then beats him down. I didn't think what we saw at the press conference went far enough. I actually think he should have not only put him through that table, but I think he should have started like punching him in the head. I think that there should have been bloods. I think it should have been pretty brutal. The problem with the AA is that you wouldn't be shocked if R-Truth came out today and said he was just in a bad mood. You know, he just had a match. He was tired. It was, you know, I pushed him a bit too far. He told me not to. You wouldn't be too surprised if R-Truth was still trying to explain it away. Because, to be honest, it was one AA, and then he walked away. I sort of feel like it needed more than that so that it does not get explained away. It needed to be a bit more vicious, in my opinion. And as I said, I think if he'd have started like really like throwing in these shots, maybe a bit of bloods, I think that you know, we wouldn't be sat here going, oh, I wonder what R-Truth's going to say. It would be, that was brutal, mate. That was brutal. And then, you know, R-Truth is, you know, it'd be interesting to see. Well, it would be interesting to see what he's going to say, but I wouldn't have much doubt that he would be still Team Cena. I don't have much doubt right now, to be honest, but only because of that rumor that leaked that we're building to Saturday night's main event. That's the only reason I don't have much doubt. If I didn't know about that, I would be sat here really not knowing what R-Truth was going to say. So I would have liked for it to have gone a bit further. But, yeah, no, I don't see it being like Team R-Truth, Team whatever. I think this is R-Truth's moment with Cena. And I think after this, apart from maybe a hug at the end of the year, I don't think we will revisit R-Truth. We need to use the TV time for the names that are going to really take us forward, and R-Truth's not that person. So, you know, for example, it's going to be Team Cody against Team Cena at Survivor Series, if we were to do something like that. Or it would be Team CM Punk against Team Cena. Or it'll be Team Roman against Team Cena. It'll be something along those lines. I think R-Truth he's a comedy character, isn't he? He's a comedy character that people care about. You can get away with doing a little story for a Saturday night's main event, but I don't see it being like anything bigger than that. But listen, I could be wrong. I've been wrong before. I can be wrong again. But yeah, let's wait and see. I expect it to be Saturday night's main event, but honestly, I don't even know that it's a singles match at the moment. It could be that it's going to be a tag match. I thought it was a really good suggestion that I saw online. People were saying that maybe it's going to be a tag match. Maybe it's going to be R-Truth and Cody, who's back on Friday, taking on Cena and Travis Scott. We all thought that it would be Cody and Bad Bunny. What if it isn't? What if it's Cody and it's R-Truth? You know, Cody could say, you've got your rapper, well, I've got mine, and then out comes R-Truth, you know. I could see that. I could see it being a case that it's not a singles match, it's a tag match. But, I don't know. Again, we're going to have to wait and see. There's lots of directions they can take this. David said, Days, thanks for the vid that you did. I'm going to post a reaction video. David, no problem, my friends. No problem. I hope they have a great time. They will. They undoubtedly will. Right, Edward said, Days, what are the rumours about Cena's opponent at Money in the Bank? There's none. There's none. We know that CM Punk's going to be coming up. That one, CM Punk was very quick to post on social media after Backlash. But I've not seen anything in the way of rumours for anything other than Saturday night's main event. James said, Days, imagine if R-Truth starts acting like Dr. Thugonomics Cena. That'd be pretty wild. Trini said, I think my boobs are beautiful. I enjoy watching down on them, says Trini. Trini, the OG grandma. Love that for you. And as you get older, you've got to look that little further, haven't you? So that's probably good for your eyesight. It's a good test. I mean, I'm not saying that's what's happening right now. I'm sure they're great. But I'm just saying, you know, it's the same with the guys. I'm not being sexist. Yeah. The old, you know, the old sack. That descends, doesn't it? Just like Undertaker at Survivor Series. 96, that it descends. Lovely. Wrestle with Andy said, Days, do you think The Rock or the Wyatts will return for... Oh, it's got to be the Wyatts. It's got to be the Wyatts. We flipping can't get The Rock and GTA 6 before we get the Wyatts. So I'm thinking it'll be the Wyatts. Days, bravo, thank you. I think I found a way out, yep. I was trying to find the exit, and I think I found it, but I don't know. We'll see how it's landed. Mean said, hello people, it's game day. I think his opponent might be R-Truth himself, says Mean Mean, shout out to you. 9. Holiday said, I've called out of work for Raw. I told the boss that I got my ding-dong stuck in a peanut butter jar. Do you think people do that? I bet they do, don't they? Oh, imagine that. Imagine that. Feeling a bit frisky. I've seen a movie where a guy does it with an apple pie. I've never thought about someone doing it with a jar of peanut butter. Imagine if it still has the chunks. Oh, no, it would have to be smooth. It would have to be smooth. You wouldn't want to... Oh... You wouldn't want it to be chunky, would you? You wouldn't want it to be chunky. 9. Holiday, I hope you're well. So you, I don't know if this actually happened or if you just told your boss that you got it stuck in a peanut butter jar, but I'm here. It's just me and Jiffy peanut butter, says 9. Holiday. Well, 9. Holiday, shout out to you, my friends. I hope that everything's okay. You don't want anything getting sucked up, do you? That's what I'm thinking. I'm just going to be honest. That's what I'm thinking. You don't want anything getting sucked up. I'm thinking now that I think, and I've never seen it, I couldn't bring myself to look. There might be people that put like needles down the... I've never looked. That is literally... imagine that. Down the... And now I'm thinking about a bit of peanut going up there. That's what I'm thinking. Like, basically, your ding-dong is like a vacuum. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah? Which would be quite handy at times, actually, if it was. But I don't know how it would work. Maybe we could evolve to that. I'm not sure. I'm going to stop talking. That's what I'm going to do. How long we got? 8 minutes. We can get through. Will Powers. Thank you, my friends. Really appreciate the support. We've got a pair on a rocket flying through the sky, which is I don't really get the animations, to be honest. I don't really understand as to what they're meant to represent, but they're pretty fun. So, Will Powers, I really appreciate the support, my friend. Thank you. I hope you've had a good day, and I hope you enjoy Monday Night Raw. You should have put a message, but I would have read it. It would have got me out of a very sticky situation, to be honest with you, if you had have written something. Japsai. That's what it's called, isn't it? Or at least that's what I know it as. Please do not put pins down there. Yeah. This is a public service announcement. Public service announcement for anyone that needs to hear it. Don't put pins down there. And that message is brought to you by Will Powers. Yeah. Will, you didn't write a message, so I'm just going to make one up. Will Powers very kindly donating says, guys, please don't shove needles down your Jap's eye. It's not medically safe thing to do. So that's from Will. So, Will, thank you, my friend. Thank you. That's very kind. Good to know. Alan said, I got here in time for some peanut butter chat. Wow, thanks, Days. Well, we progressed from that, Alan. You'll be pleased to know that we're not on that topic anymore. We're no longer talking about peanut butter. We've moved on. I don't know why we keep ending up on boobs and vaginas and penises. We do, don't we? But have you noticed? It's not me. I don't do it. I don't drag us out. I'm quite happy talking about Money in the Bank. Yeah, I'm quite happy talking about Raw and whatnot. But it's like you like just mention it once in a while, and then we kind of end up on these topics. Has anyone ever seen one of those videos though, when they put a? It can't be. Oh God, I don't even understand sexually what you would get out of that. You know, I don't want to know. Has anyone done it? Maybe someone's done it. William! Trini, William, are you there? I've got... oh. I don't want to think about it. It's called a sound rods. What's that? What's a sound rods? It's called a sound rods. It said, no, please, no. It's called. Is that what it's called? It's called a sound rods. Is it? That's its name. I didn't know. I don't know this. Honestly, I'm not even lying. This is not a world I know. Listen. Sometimes you see things, yeah, as you're going about your day. Innocent little me sat here, yeah, on Friends Reunited, right? Catching up with friends. Oh my God. And then you just get, do you know what I mean? These like videos. I don't know what it's called. I don't want to seek it out. I don't want it in my search history. Look up sound rod. I don't want to look up sound rods, Dormouse. I don't want to. Nick said, I once worked for the London Underground. Where's this going? And I was called to an emergency at London Bridge. It was a man who got his wiener stuck in a drawer hole. In a what? In a drawer hole. In a train toilet. And it was embarrassing for him. A drawer hole. What does that mean? What does that mean? I mean, just shoving it in anywhere they can. What's going on? What's happening? What are you lot up to? There was a hole in a drawer, and the man went, I could have sex with it. That's what he thought. And then they called you. Wasn't it? Some dude's got his penis caught in a drawer. It's like, guys, call Nick. It's fine. I know a penis in a drawer specialist. Actually, he's a doctor in this field. So he's called Nick. He's a great guy. He gets penises out of drawers from around the world. He is the #1 go-to person. That is good, though, isn't it? In all fairness, I think we are a community that's got a lot of skills. Like, you know, there's a lot of people here that do lots of different jobs. But if any of you now get your penises stuck, I would say in a drawer, but maybe anywhere else as well, you know? Maybe Nick is the person we can call. There is legitimately someone in this community with experience at freeing penises. And that's good to know. So, Nick, thank you for sharing that story. I feel more reassured now. Nick, my wang is got stuck in a wall socket, said Frankie. Days, Pope Leo has blocked me on Facebook. All I said was congratulations and that I had saw Jesus God and I saw Pope Francis twice in my dreams. Mentioned being a Catholic pagan. What, you've been blocked by the new Pope? Mate, the Pope ain't running his own account right now, is he? He's doing Pope stuff, isn't he? I don't know what popes do, but he's doing whatever popes do. So you ain't been blocked. There must be someone that's running that account for him, so... Maybe Jesus. Maybe Jesus is running it. I don't know. That is pretty wild if you did get blocked by the new Pope. Are you sure it wasn't like a parody account? You know, like how people pretend to be Tiffany Stratton. Perhaps there's a load of people pretending to be the new Pope. I don't know. It's a wild world, isn't it? If the last 10 minutes has taught me nothing else, it's a pretty wild world. Right, we are about to go over to Monday Night Raw. That's what she said. Shout out to you, buds. Shout out to you. Loopy Girl said, oh my God. I just watched the Saturday stream and I can't believe you saw me. Mate, I spotted you straight away. How much of that stream did you watch? How much of that stream did you watch, bud? Because that was like a hawk. The community didn't spot you, but I was like, guys, Loopy Look says on a shirt. Like that. Sabu, little thing at the start as well. Days, you went all out to get that picture. Mate, I'm a sniper. Did you hear? I'm a sniper. I'm a certified sniper. It was fun to watch that. My cousin was next to me, and we did have an amazing time. Days, I shouted you out and the Wrestling Days community. Loopy Girl, you was amazing. You was amazing. I really appreciate it, and I'm so pleased that you had a good time, honestly. And yeah, it was good. I mean, we had a bit of fun with that moment as well. So you provided some fun content for the stream, which is always welcome. And if ever you get your penis caught, I know a man, yeah? Not me, Nick. No one contact me if you get your penis caught, by the way. Right, so Loopy Girl, thank you, my friend. I'm really pleased you had a good time. Here's Judgment Day arriving. Anthony said, watch 3 girls, 2 sound rods. Is this what it's called? It's called sound rodding. I didn't know it had a name. I didn't know it was a thing. And people watch it and they get something from it, do they? I don't get it. I could not think of anything more horrific. Hey, there's, well, maybe Pat winning at the weekend would be... Actually, scrap that, I can. If Pat had beat Gunther, that would have been worse. Oh, mate, I'd be sound rodded every day of the week to prevent that from happening. Right, we're just going back to last Monday. That's what she said. Shout out to you. We are live with Monday Night Raw. I don't know what we're opening the show with. Probably Seth. We've been starting with Seth, haven't we? So, probably Seth. AJ Finn is going to tear this house down, said Gashan. Jay said, at this point, I'm just going to make another channel about penis talk. I'm sure it'll work out just as great as Football Days did. Oh, what, me? Make another... Mate, it'll probably be more popular. Mate, if I do a channel called Penis Days, it's getting more subscribers than this. That is what but I don't want that to be my legacy. Do you know what I mean? I don't want to die one day and go, oh, did you hear the Penis Days guy died? Do you know what I mean? I don't want that. Think about who would come to my funeral. Think of all the perverts. Imagine that. All these naked men in like brown Mac coats sitting there crying and touching themselves. That's what my funeral... That would be my funeral. If I did a Penis Days channel, that would be my funeral. I don't want that for me. Jesus. In all fairness, though, it does sound like more people would probably go than if I died now, you know? If I passed away now, there'd be a passing interest. Did he? So maybe it's something I need to consider. Days, what if Roxanne, Perez and Giulia are working with Rhea, said the sick horror kingman. What if Roxanne and Giulia are working with Rhea? That'd be an interesting twist. She's a face at the moment, isn't she? So, yeah, maybe she could venture back to being a heel. I don't know what we're going to do with Rhea actually going forwards. She's going to need a feud, but it ain't going to be with Liv. And she ain't going to go after a title because Io's got it and she's a face and Rhea's a face. So she needs a heel to feud with. I wonder if that'll be Roxanne. I wonder if we're going to do a Roxanne Rhea summer feud. Don't know. It's quite a few. It does feel like we're at a real crossroads. I mean, we've got this Seth Braun thing. That's new. Rhea is, you know, not... Oh, here's CM Punk. Not around a title, so got to figure out something for her. Here is CM Punk. The music's playing. Here we go. CM Punk's kicking off the show. Yeah, man. Second City Saint is here, says Metal Mama. Hello, Metal Mama. James said, that's more than what I would get if I died. People would throw a party, said James. James, you would be missed. I've said you provide a much-needed balance for this community. You don't allow us to get big-headed and carried away. You keep us down to earth by calling us all nasty names. And it's needed, to be honest. Right, here's CM Punk. The personality. The personality. We got a drone. Droning away. So he's going to go off, isn't he, on Seth and Braun. I'm sort of looking forward to him going off on John. Can you imagine when it's time for him to cut promos on Cena? It's going to be so good. It's going to be so good when he starts going off on Cena. But we're not there yet. We got to do this thing first. Okay, CM Punk in the ring. Let's see what he's going to say. He's looking out at the crowds. He's looking out at the fans. They're responding with plenty of noise. Smirk on his face. Is it great to be alive in Louisville, Kentucky, or what? He said he's peeved off. Now the dust has settled. Okay. Someone yell, best in the world! He said he's got a lot of enemies. Himself? Yeah. You could sense that was coming. I'm mad at myself. We've been here before. That is true. So he's talking about Heyman betraying him in the past. Oh, that's good. CM Punk said that Jay had warned him about Paul. That's good. Wrestling Russ, shout out to you, said the Yum Center is 11 miles away and I'm at home. I didn't know it was here until Friday, but oh well, I've got the Days community. Wrestling Russ, shout out to you, buds. I'm sorry to hear that you've missed out on things tonight. But as you said, you haven't really, have you? Because you're with us. Heyman, you know how this ends. Okay, so he says he's going to get his hands around the neck of Paul Heyman. Heyman's going to interrupt. Where you at, Penguin? Where you at, Penguin? Mate, Heyman, CM Punk. There ain't many people that can go with Heyman on the mic, but this is one. Whatever words you choose, they will be your last. Here's Seth. Here's Seth. Heyman did not come alone. The revolutionary is making his way out. And Bron Breakker is with him. Yeah, that was really good. That was really good. I really love how Heyman came out. Ah, CM. You're just a song, kids. At some point, the bell has got to ring. Punk talking over Seth's entrance music. You're just a song, kids. Heyman, Braun, Seth, standing in the entranceway. Loud CM Punk chants. You're just a song, kids. At some point, the bell has got to ring. Crowd booing. Looking at Heyman, looking at Seth, the body language is obviously going to be very interesting here. We're still trying to work out this relationship. Paul Heyman was your best friend. Oh, look at Heyman's reaction. Heyman's like... They're really banging that narrative, aren't they? Punk, it was you that mistreated Paul. I believe that you're scum. I'm fascinated by Heyman. You're the reason I'm not world heavyweight champion. Just when I think I can't hate you anymore. You'll never be champion as long as I'm on 2 feet, says Punk. Heyman looking over at Bron Breakker. Saying something to Bron Breakker. That's breaking out some loud CM Punk chants. Breaker's ready to go. You love punishment. You love suffering. I get it. He loves to be the victim. Are we going to send Bron in, are we? Bron Punk tonight, maybe? Yeah, crowd of sense in it. Crowd are barking away. That can be arranged, said Seth. You want to be a victim? Can be arranged. Okay, so Bron Breakker is heading to the ring right now. Are you going to bark or are you going to bite? Okay, so we got Bron and we've got CM Punk. Bron Breakker driving Punk into the corner. Shoulder being driven in shots there by Bron. Bron actually getting the better of CM Punk right now. CM Punk is slumped down. Bron Breakker taking his jacket off. Trying to come over. Big boot there by CM Punk. Takedown there of Seth. Shots coming down there by CM Punk. Bron Breakker jumping in. Throwing in some shots of his own. Bron Breakker getting the better of CM Punk. But CM Punk... Oh, who's making the save? Someone is. Sammy is. Go on, Sammy. Go on, Sammy. Crowd were quite pleased to see Sammy there. That was nice. Oh, Bron Breakker again, though. They're really leveling up Bron Breakker, aren't they? CM Punk can't get the better of Bron Breakker. Sammy can't get the better of Bron Breakker. Bron Breakker throwing in a big shot there to CM Punk. He's grabbing him. Heyman coming round. CM Punk is down on his knees. This is a big segment. He's got a chair. Oh, boom! Jay is in. Jay making the save. Yeah, this felt like a big moment there. Bron Breakker having CM Punk down on his knees. A chair about to be used. But, here we go, Sammy. Sammy with a chair. Punk with a chair. So, okay, well, look, we got 3 in the ring. This would set up a 6-man, but clearly Heyman's not wrestling, so is Seth going to need to find another partner? Where's this going? 3 of them, 2 of them. I would not be down on a 6-person tag match and Seth's got to find another partner. I'm sure they could find a heel that could come in. Maybe Logan. I mean, we are building to Logan against Jay. So that would make sense, wouldn't it? Okay. Not bad. Not bad for an opener. That was okay. A little bit wordy. But, you know, you get that. Will, appreciate it, my friends. Will Powers, thank you, buds. Blake O2 said, I love this community. You are always hilarious. But that is true, actually, Blakeo. That is true. Shout out to you, my friends. And King Yeti with 20 Wrestling Days memberships. Really appreciate that, dude. I mean, just King Yeti just constantly firing in flipping memberships. Here is Penta, who's coming out. Penta is about to make his way down to the ring. We know that we've got Penta in action tonight. Made by Dawn, hello. Today is Nurses Day. You are not wishing nurses Happy Nurses Day. Until you said I didn't even know it was Nurses Day. So, Happy Nurses Day to all the nurses out there. Yeah, and here's people thanking King Yeti. Days, why not add Rusev? I don't know where Rusev's going to be popping up tonight. He could be in the mix. But Penta, Chad, Gable is going to be our first match. Oh, do you mean Rusev, sorry, in that main event? If it is. I don't know that it's going to be that way, but... Yep, that would be fine. I think they would go Logan because if Jay's in that match, you'd think they'd probably want Logan on the other side. Unless you do Rusev and then Logan interferes, Cost takes Jay out. That means that Sammy and CM Punk are outnumbered. Heels get the win. Blah, 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 blah. So yeah, not a bad shout. Billy said, I would love to be a member, but I don't get paid until tomorrow. Billy, no problems. If you are a member, don't forget we do 3 live streams a week. We do 2 games that we play, one on a Tuesday, one on a Wednesday. And we do, really the big one is on Thursday. That's where we sit down and it's just, we kind of do what we do for those 2 hours, but it's just members. So it's obviously a little quieter. It means that your comments can be seen maybe a bit easier. So we do that on a Thursday. Aubrey said, this one is for Sabu. I'll miss that maniac. Will Powers has become a supporter as well. Appreciate it, my friend. And Dormouse said the Discord server now has a help desk. Wow. Dormouse, what's the interest like in the Discords? I know the community enjoy hanging out and chatting away with each other, and I'd hope that you do that during the streams where you're all kind of catching up and having chats. But that can also be done in the Discord 24/7. And you can get to the Discord. It's open to everyone. It's not just a members thing. It's open to everyone. You can get to that. There's a link in the description. So, but I know that like Dormouse and Sunny have really grabbed that and they're trying to take it forward. Does Days still do WEP, said Ryan. Yeah, we do it on a Thursday, but yeah. LS Dub said, Will said, what's the Discord? Link is in the description. Let me just double check, make sure it is. I'm pretty sure it's in the description for every video and every... Oh, maybe it isn't, actually. I said it was in the description, but I'm looking now and I don't know that that's true. I will add it. I'm sure it is in all the others. Let me have a look at the latest unseen. Yeah, it's there. Perhaps I didn't add it to Raw. I can fix it. There we go. Should be there now. Lovely. I was looking to see if Dormouse had answered. Kelly said, Cynthia, the members nominate first form and the most members go into a poll, get voted on. So, yeah, Hall of Fame. That is a members thing as well. We always do it at the end of the month, so it'll be in not next week, probably the week after. We always do it at the end of the month. Oh, right. So they're giving Pat an entrance. So yeah, Hall of Fame. We'll do that in a couple of weeks. Members can nominate for someone. Then the 4 with the most nominations go into the poll, and person that wins the poll goes into the Hall of Fame. But as we said, I'm quite interested in having a look and seeing about what we do with putting in a wrestler. I would like to start doing that as well. I think that was a really good suggestion. The opening segment was a little bit weird, said Lisa, because it was 3 faces and 2 heels. The faces still had to get chairs to chase off the heels. That made the faces look a little bit weak. Cringe said, I would like to go in there if I could. Yeah, lots of people would like to go in. It's very, very competitive. It's one of those where I think it's best to just look at it as an honor. It's best to look at it as like, you know, if it happens, it's an amazing thing. But to be honest, it's just amazing to get nominated. Okay, here we go then. We are underway with Penta and Chad. Chop coming in there by Penta. Hannah said, days with Grande Americano going on a winning streak and a push. Would you be in favor of him bringing in more variants like El Grande Canidano, El Grande Briticano, and El Grande Jamaicano? Yes, I would. I think it could outstay its welcome. I think it could be a joke that wears thin. But, yeah, I think if ever we're in Canada or we go over to Britain and Grande Americano can't make it, and instead we do bring out El Grande Briticano, or however you want to word it. I could see that providing some humour, yeah. Right, we've got Chad going over, grabbing Penta. Sonny said the Discord server's interest is high. People are chatting in there every day, said Sonny. But that's brilliant. That's brilliant. I keep saying it's by the community, for the community. I don't go in, but it is something that I'm very happy to talk about and, you know, highlight. Shoulder up. Raslani said, we need El Grande Trinidadigo flag guy in the crowd. Yeah, we do. We don't have green shirt guy anymore. I think he'll be back. He kind of suggested that was a bit of a one-off, his absence. So I think he'll be back around again in the future. Okay, Penta is over in the corner at the moment. Chad Gable is over there. He's grabbing a hold of the mask, and Chad Gable's trying to take Penta's mask off of him. He's trying to pull away at that mask at the moment, but no joy. Yeah, no joy at the moment. He's trying to get the mask off. Back elbow there by Penta, and again. Penta up top. Takes Chad over. Penta against the ropes. Takes Chad over again. Chad goes out the ring. Green shirt guy let the WWE Universe down. To be honest, Trinidad Flag guy did as well. This is where Trinidad Flag guy should have really capitalized, you know. If Green shirt guy is not around, this is where Trinidad Flag guy shines. I didn't even see him around. So Penta went over to the outside, but gets knocked down by Chad. When his day is going into the Hall of Fame, said Danny. Well, people have nominated, but to be honest with you, it's not something that I really want to go in, to be honest. I think it's a great honor and all of that stuff, but it's you know, I really enjoy seeing community members go in. I think there's so many people that have really contributed to the channel, like with chatting away and joining us on a regular basis and providing humor in the chat or thoughtful insight, theories. Do you know what I mean? Just contributing. And I think it's great that we've got something where we can, do you know what I mean, highlight people. Like, I obviously get highlighted more than enough. I mean, like, it's only my voice that you hear. So I really, really do not have any desire to be nominated or to go in. I much prefer seeing, like, others getting their shine. So, yeah, and so many deserving people not in yet, so it's good. I think, and you know, I think it's really worked in the sense of I love how people want to go in, and it's like it is seen as an honor. You know, that's great. That's you know, I wouldn't want to change that. I wouldn't want to, you know, we could start putting more in and stuff like that, but it might lose it if we put more in. You know, it does feel like a special achievement at the moment, and that's good. That's what it is. Mackenzie said green shirt guy got future endeavored by WWE. Yeah, well, online he said that he couldn't make this one. So, I don't know. I don't know what he's up to. I thought his whole life was WWE. It turns out he was doing something else. Chad Gable in the ring with his arm in the air, and we are at commercial break. We'll be back in about a minute's time. Pope Tom Atkin, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. Elbow there by Chad. Very much appreciate it. Where it said, I've sent you an email. Oh, I'm drowning in emails, mate. Drowning in emails. I'll try and go through and catch up, but to be honest, it's a struggle just to keep on top of Twitter notifications. Green Shirt Guy has to budget for PLEs. They are getting too expensive now, said Made by Dawn. Maybe. Up Alert said, hello, Days. Hope all is well. How has your day been? It's been all right, thank you. Yeah. Apart from the fact there's a fly down here and the internet is very, very unstable today. It's been very unreliable. But actually, I think it's held all right. We have dropped the quality a touch. If it looks a little bit lower res than you're used to, that's because it is. The alternative was at the start, we were really, you know, wobbling around. Like a fat lady holding some jelly on a Shake Master. Do they still have those? That's where you stood on a platform and it sort of did like that, and it was meant to, I don't know, wobble the weight off you. Is that still a thing? Could be a fat guy, doesn't have to be a fat lady. Fat person. Me. On a thing, wobbling around. That's how shaky my internet was today. 1, 2, shoulder up. I had to switch settings because it was on 480, but I've gone to 720. Whoa, look at you. We're normally 180 at 60 frames. I can't quite manage 4K. The camera I have, this is a 4K camera, webcam. It could do it, but you need serious internet, and I ain't got serious internet. I've barely got internet. Kick out there by Penta. Beast Mode said it is still a thing. Is it really? Does it work? I wonder if there's any science that shows it actually works. I don't know why I have to demonstrate it, but this is an audio-visual extravaganza, so I suppose I should do a bit of work. Oh, double knees there by Penta. Chad coming off. Referee was just checking if everything was okay there as Chad gets the old shoulder up. Dee Dee said, did anyone see the tattoo on Alexa's forearm when she was talking to Charlotte? No. Is it new? She did get a new tattoo recently. Was it lyrics? Was it some lyrics to a song or something? If Green Shirt Dude isn't a huge CEO, he's got to be a Mexican drug lord, says Liam. Maybe he is. Perhaps it's like, oh man, that'd be so disappointing. Imagine that you was going to meet the flipping Lord of the Underworld, the Underboss, one of the biggest crime mobsters, and it's flipping green shirt guy. In my mind, he sounds like, hello. No offense, green shirt guy, but that is how you seem to me. With your corduroy hat or whatever it is. Hello. Like that. And your green smiley shirt. I mean, what am I meant to think? 1, 2. Shoulder up. Do you like video games? I bet he has got an extensive library of flipping Commodore 64 games. Really old retro games. I would imagine Nintendo 64 is a little bit too adventurous for him. That's the vibe I get. That's the vibe I get. Nintendo 60 is a bit too adventurous. We're not quite at that. We like to play it safe. We like to play it safe. Go back to the Spectrum. Stuff like that, the Commodore. I reckon he's got a room that's full of those kinds of games. But no friends. No friends. So he sits there on his own, and then other than that, he goes to the wrestling. That's it. In the front row. I don't even think he goes with anyone, does he? Oh, God, could you imagine if we were watching wrestling and there was like a yellow shirt girl next to him? Wouldn't that just be the best? Wouldn't that just warm your heart? Some girl, she's got a cap on and she's sat next to it. Oh, Jesus Christ, that would be the greatest moment in WWE history. Green shirt guy and yellow shirt girl. Oh, I don't know why it's yellow, but she can't have the same colour. We can't have green shirt guy and green shirt girl. No, pink. Pink. Let's go stereotypical. Pink shirt girl. Oh, Mexican Destroyer connects. 1, 2. And he gets it. Penta gets it. A Mexican... Are you black shirt guy? Yeah. Black shirt guy. Right. Dave's Trinidad flag guy was with a group of guys. I bet he was, mate. I've got no doubt about him. Yeah. No, there's no issue there. Green shirt guy, like, I'm not being nasty. He does strike me as very introverted. I know he wears a bright green shirt, but every interview I've seen of him, he always seems to be very, like, keeps himself to himself. Trinidad flag guy, mate, he's got a hoe train. I've got no doubt about that whatsoever. Look at the blood on Chad's face. So, first match down, Penta, Chad. It was okay. Roxanne, Perez, and Giulia. Here we go, then. Yeah, big women's tag match coming up. This division isn't safe anymore. They are strong, but we are hungry. We didn't come here to wait our turn. It's interesting, they've put these two kind of together right now. We don't give a damn about your history. We're here to make our own. Very good. Very good. Io, Rhea against Roxanne, Giulia tonight. We're almost 40 minutes in, you know. They had green shirt guy walk down the ramp at Mania. That's a whole other level fan experience. Maybe we get something behind the scenes show. I think, honestly, his ticket, or whatever ticket he has, is like one of those fan experience pluses. You know, it's like VIP extreme. He had all the perks, didn't he? So, right, we're at commercial break, but Michael's just talking about what went down at Backlash with John Cena and Randy. Right, Days, I think Green Shirt Guy, unfortunately, will go to an AEW show when he's not with WWE. Maybe he is the Benedict Arnold of wrestling. I don't mind what he does. I do not see him as the leader of... A lot of people say he is, but for me, it's Trinidad Flag Guy, but... He let us down, to be honest. He should have been there at Backlash. If Green Shirt Guy's not around, this is where Trinidad Flag Guy had to shine. And he didn't. Instead, we had a load of people we've never seen before. We had a bunch of nobodies. We had a bunch of rich nobodies. The worst kind of nobodies. The rich ones. Dave's Green Shirt Guy got released. His salaries was more than Braun Strowman, said Taker 1990. Leanne said, every wrestling fan is gel of Green Shirt Guy. Maybe that's why he wears green, says Leanne. I want what Green Shirt Guy has, says Will. What, money? Like a fat lady holding jelly. Could have been worse. I am watching WWE at my nan's very haunted house. Really? Are you? You want to call up Shotzi and Scarlett? Maybe they could come round, do a bit of investigating. Edward said, I sent you a video today. When you see it, I think you'll like it. Okay. I will have a look. I am just behind today with all the stuff that's coming through. It was very quiet yesterday. Yesterday's Unseen was like 18 minutes long. Very, very quiet day yesterday. The big news, Sabu. I mean, that was it, really. Outside of that, a couple of little bits, but really not much. And then today, it's like, just like so much has gone down in the wrestling world. Nothing massive, but just bits, you know? Just bits. Right, Shotzi Scarlett would definitely spice things up. We need Giulia Hart for that little extra help, said Opulus Travels. Okay, here we go. We're back from the commercial break. Let's end the poll. We're not going to stick around too long with these polls. Here we go. 55, 34, 7, and 2. Cardi B hosting the first ever 2-night SummerSlam. Hello, Louisville Slugger Museum. This is kind of cool to see something in the local area. Kofi has got a slugger. Bron Breaker's got a slugger. Okay, we're backstage with Judgment Day. There's Carlito and Raquel. She said good morning. At Backlash. You're starting to sound paranoid. There we go. Okay, so Dom's like, you hesitated a little bit with that chair. Okay, they're trying to explain time zones to Dominic. Okay. I hope Punk can make it back to being world champion, said David. Oh, God, another flipping look back at Backlash. Constantly little flashbacks of Backlash. Right. Leanne said, not Cardi B, mid-rapper jobber. Get us some Rob Schneider, Dave Chappelle, or someone genuinely funny to host it. Turn already, Finn, said Nico. Just turn already. Okay. I wonder what is next for Gunther, said Jay. Well, hopefully we're going to find out. Hopefully that's why we're being shown this, so we can go we can find out what's next. Nick said John Cena could be the Louisville Thugger. That's a brilliant one. I am amazing. Not only do I do cool pictures, getting a mention on Stevie Richards' podcast, but now I'm telling jokes as well. Congrats. Hannah said, Days, is this Internet you versus Pat in the future? No, Hannah. Mauricio said Cardi B is for the WWE Gooners. James said, I think Goldberg is next for Gunther. Goldberg next. Well, if so, we're going to have to bring him out pretty soon, aren't we? I mean, unless we're not going to see him on this show. Please, no Goldberg cringe, said Will. Goldberg Gunther at Night of Champions. I'm calling it now, said Alex. No Goldberg, please, says Hannah. Oldberg said Emotive Concepts. Yeah, I don't think people are crazy about Goldberg getting involved. Sonny, shout out to you. You can do one, but you can do one. I feel like I am pushing my luck with them though, because every time I do them, I'm always they always come out goods. One's gonna come out eventually not so good, and then I'm gonna be sad. Take a 1990, shout out to you. Will Power said, I would take Wyatt 6 versus anyone at this point. I mean, it's not just me, is it? It's not just me. I mean, the guy has an ovation. I mean, like, how much pandering do we have to do to this guy? Why? I don't understand. I really don't get it. Why does he get an entrance? And then why do we have to suffer through, like, these moments? He must just be, like, this absolutely monster star in America. No one would know him here in the UK. He is absolutely nobody to us over here. So it must just be one that works for our American friends. But I feel like he's just hijacked the show. You know, I just cannot escape him. It'd be a lot better if he was like an active wrestler and I just had to deal with a segment, but he's just a constant. It is a flipping nightmare. Why don't we do what we do, which is commentate? That would be great. That would be flipping great. Right, here's New Day. Let's move on to New Day, shall we? Neil said his show is awesome. That's great. I'm pleased that he's got a good show. He absolutely ruins WWE for me. Absolutely ruins it. He has not got a voice for commentary. Do you know, if he was someone that had come in and done a one-off match, and you know, he was popular, whatever, and he came in and all that, but WWE keep him around because of that show, don't they? He is a terrible commentator. Terrible commentator. But he's got his fans. He's got his fans. People like him. Okay, New Day are here, and let's... they're not in wrestling attire. So let's have a look and see where this is going to go. I don't feel like we've been given the Raw tag team division the same kind of love as we have the SmackDown tag division. So is this the number one contenders match? Is this going to be Creed's... Yeah, I think... Who are they facing? Creed's War Raiders. Alex, thank you. So New Day have come down. I'm guessing they're going to sit on commentary. So this is number one contenders. I vaguely remember this being set up last week. Yes. Good point. Good point. I can't stand Brutus and his forced laugh, says Will. Sonny said your card is the 8 of Pentacles. It's a positive indication of money since it represents blessings. These always... Are there bad... Sonny, are there bad cards that are in there? Are there bad cards in that thing? Or do I just always get lucky? Because like every time it's like, you're going to have loads of money. You're going to have great health. You're going to find the love of your life. It's all like amazingly positive stuff. Here's War Raiders. We are just weeks away from Bill Goldberg returning, said Brony. Anyone else think that Goldberg deserves to be on the Mount Rushmore of pro wrestling based on in-ring ability? What would you put him on the Mount Rushmore for in-ring, Brony? Are you saying that you would? Or are you asking, would anyone? Hannah said, was there ever a wrestler that you disliked, but you grew to love them as time went by? Like JBL hating on The Miz, but then he became appreciative of him. Is there someone I hated, but then I grew to like as time went by? There is not a name that is coming to mind. There are people that I was not like keen on or crazy about that kind of like grew on me. I mean, Liv would be an example. I really was not a fan of Liv in NXT. Very limited. She never really achieved a great deal in NXT. Her matches were just well below the standard at that time. And then she got called up as part of... I mean, without being unfair, if Liv didn't look as pretty as she looked, I don't think she would have still stayed with WWE. I think that her looks got her to stick around, right? But she is putting it all together now, right? She's great. She's great. She's improved loads in the ring, and she is a real talent. But if she wasn't as pretty as what she was, I don't know they would have stuck with her, because where's the other two girls out of the Riot Squad, you know? They unfortunately were let go, weren't they? Sarah Logan came back as Valhalla. But I would say out of the three, Liv was the worst wrestler of the three of them at the time that they came up. But they stuck with her, and it's paid off. So there's an example of someone that's really grown on me. And she definitely deserves to be in WWE now. Here's Punk and Sammy. Okay, and there's a a bond there, a union there. Punk and Sammy against Seth and Braun at Saturday night's main event. That is a great match to add. Yeah, well, that will be good. I mean, I don't know that it's official yet, but yeah, that'll add a little extra spice to that show. Down for it. Liv Sexiness did definitely keep her around, said Nico, but she's got better and it worked out. Oh, definitely. I don't want that to be like a picture that's being painted as like she's only here because of her look. She doesn't deserve it, blah, blah, blah. I'm not saying that. I'm saying she does deserve to be here. I'm saying she's excellent, and I'm saying that I really like her now. But what I'm saying is that has been a journey. That at times has been a struggle. That at times has been... You know, I think we've had to rely on the fact she's a good-looking girl. But, I mean, look, in wrestling, looks are very important because they obviously form part of your presentation. You know, the whole airport test. Can you turn heads as you walk through an airport? And, you know, if you're an attractive girl, that's obviously a way of being able to do it, isn't it? So, it's not a negative or anything. It's unfortunately part of the real world that we live in. I think WWE saw she was young, she was attractive, she had a hunger, she was willing to learn. So even if she was lacking stuff at that time, I think they really believed that she would get somewhere eventually. But yeah, I mean, that's been a journey. But we're in a much better place with her now. I mean, she's really putting it together, and now WWE have just got a monster star. So that's one that I would say I've been on a journey with. I don't like all these shows being so close together, said James. We do need proper builds for these matches, or we're just not going to care as much. Well, I mean, I think what they're trying to do is they're trying to, like, overlap them. So, like, we didn't do anything with Braun and Seth at Backlash. So, in a way, we haven't done anything with Seth or Punk since WrestleMania. Backlash has obviously done its thing, but... yeah, this kind of Sammy, Punk, Seth situation, we haven't touched that. So I think we're trying to like have certain stars missing certain shows to build them for other shows to give us that build. But as a fan, it does feel like there's a lot coming at you in quite quick succession. I don't know, it's difficult though, because I can't personally complain about that because it gives us more to talk about, doesn't it? It gives us more to kind of get our teeth into. Shot there by Julius. Up in the air, looking for a suplex. Boom, suplex. AKF said, Days, they made Sammy Punk at Seth Braun official, but you missed the graphic. Oh, I never saw a graphic. Well, that's good. Nico said, we'll have that for Saturday night's main event then. The story will take a swerve and it could lead to Money in the Bank, said Nico. Matt said, Days, I'm not sure if you've heard, but John Cena is going to have his last match at the TD Garden in Boston in December. Yes, I have, bud, thank you. It was longer rumoured. We've kind of touched on it a few times in Unseen. And then I think they kind of announced it on some news channel. I think there was an interview with his dad, and they seem to have got that information from somewhere. So I don't know if WWE have come out and confirmed it, though. Braun as Seth's muscle just doesn't work, as Braun just isn't that powerful, said Alan. They need a third member like an Obafemi. They are trying to build Braun up, aren't they? They're trying to make him that muscle. Hey, I just wish he was that little bit taller. I agree. Sonny said, there are bad cards, but apparently your spirit guides know that you deserve good news. Well, Sonny, thank you. That's very kind. Thanks to the spirit guides. Cheers, lads. Or lasses. Or what, do we know who they are? Thank you. I bet they're boomers. I bet they're moany boomers. But they seem to be looking out for me. So cheers, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Another commercial, said Nico. Why can't they do split screen? Well, I've actually got the action right now, and it is not, you ain't missing anything. Right now, the camera's just focused on the New Day as they're talking to the commentators. James said, imagine New Day retains against whoever they're facing. Then the Hardys come out. That pop would be insane. Dr. Pina, have you heard about sound rodding? Have you heard about this? Apparently it's a thing, Dr. Pina. Thanks, I just left the office. A guy got his wiener ripped off by a giraffe that thought it was a banana leaf. I had to use a ladder to get his ding-dong and sew that shiz back on. It ruined the zoo today. Well, there's a lot to unpack there, isn't there? There's a lot to unpack there. Why did the guy have it out? That would be my first question. Why did the guy even have it out? It's hard to have sympathy if he's gone to a zoo and he's waving his wiener around. Do you know what I mean? That's where I'm starting with this. And also, was it someone from this community? Because that does sound like something the community would do. Right, we got Ivar in there. What kind of story is that, said Nico? It's a horrifying one. Right, we are back from the commercial break. We got a crossbody. So we got Ivar in there. This is our second match. We've almost had an hour of this show. LS Dub said whichever brand was going to lose the Fraxium sweepstake was going to have their tag division put at a big disadvantage. Clearly, H wants a tag team wrestling to be a calling card of SmackDown. H. Well, yes, maybe H does, but he could do with giving the Raw division a little tickle, to be honest. Creeds are good, though. Creeds are good. War Raiders. I don't think War Raiders are savage enough. I don't think they're brutal enough. They're meant to be flipping Vikings. They're like Asterix and Obelix. They're the nicest flipping Vikings in the world. PG Vikings, that's what we've got. Lovely kick coming in there. Nick said the guy had his wiener out of the giraffe enclosure because he wanted it to be long and hard. That's my pervy stuff done now. Yeah, but if you want your wiener to do something, you don't introduce it to something that's already doing that, do you? Do you know what I mean? If, like, for example, if I wanted my wiener to be soft, I wouldn't wiggle it around James. Here we go, look, suplex. Or would I? Boom! That actually, that whole thing, that whole sentence sounded horrific. Now that I've just thought about what I said, that whole sentence just sounded horrific. If you missed that little bit before, if you missed that bit before, oh my God. Guys, can we get off wieners? Guys, we have got to get off wieners. We've got to get off them. Lovely throw there by Erik. Tag being made. Upper said, Days, the Hardy Boys were once amazing, but now they are like the old Hoover in the house. No one really cares about the Hardys. They're mid. I don't know. There's a place for Hoovers. I care about my Hoover. 1, 2, serves a purpose. Bang. Double axe handle. Back to the show. Let's try and focus on this, said Nika. I know, but again, once again, it is not me. Is it? Once again. I'm just sitting here trying to watch it. I'm trying to watch some fantastic tag wrestling. I mean, there isn't any, but I'm trying to watch some. And instead, people are like, oh, this wiener went in a draft. Tag being made. In comes Ivar. In comes Brutus. Ducks underneath. He's going to try and pick him out. Look at that. Angle slam. The strength. Tag being made. Crowd are a bit quiet, aren't they? Kind of want the crowd to be like, yeah, come on. Vikings, Vikings, Vikings. I find... Oh, they've got Ivar and they're picking him up, slamming him down. 1, 2, Erik makes the... Did he just kick Ivar in the head? It looked like he kicked Ivar in the head. Erik came in and it looked like he just kicked Ivar in the head by mistake. I don't know if he did. Up! Get up, Ivar! Get up! What's Xavier doing? Oh my God. You're a dead man, Erik says to Xavier. You're a dead man. Who's Kofi getting involved? Shot to the back. Trying to get in. So what, are we going to do New Day against the Creeds? That would be a bit strange. Sign in the crowd said wrestling is cool. Right now, going up. Oh, Brutus ball! 1, 2, 3. Done, mate. Done. There's New Day. Running away. Creeds get the win. Creeds against New Day is a bit strange. Zach said, Days, I was at the zoo. Oh, God. I hope you're all right. And a bee flew down my pants. I freaked out and was exposed. And that other guy told you the rest of the story. So that's what happened. A bee flew down your pants. So you undid your pants to get rid of the bee. And then a giraffe bit your wiener. And that's where we ended. Got you. Got you. I just need you to know, though, Zach, I still consider you a pervert, and I will campaign for you to go on a register. Okay, we are backstage with Seth Rollins. There's Bron Breakker. Oh, God. They probably feel like they've got us backed against the wall. They might feel like they're winning. Look at Heyman in the background is like watching this manipulator manipulate. They have no idea what I am capable of. So Seth's like, they might feel like they've got the advantage. Well, I can't hear what you said. I got one more thing I'd like you to do before I take off. And then he went, but I don't know what he said. Heyman smiling. Bron smiling. There's the Yeet Man. There's Adam Pearce. I ain't done now, said James. Stephen said, roses are red, grass is greener. When I think of you, I play with my... Thank you, Stephen. Thank you. I don't know what's happening today. Are we all just getting a bit frisky because it's the summer? I don't understand. I don't understand. I think a delayed happened when we were talking about the Wieners brony. Days, Finn was talking to Roxanne in the background again. Was he? Oh, I didn't see. Having another little chat, was he? Right. Mitchell said, Wrestling Days, are you excited for our boy AJ Styles? Am I excited for our boy AJ Styles? I am excited for AJ Styles. But I'm excited for Finn Balor as well. I'm excited for both of them. J. James said, do you tend to have your jacket on or your jacket off? Do you tend to have your jacket on or your jacket... Is that like a foreskin thing? Are we still on wieners? Is that a foreskin thing? Are we talking about foreskin? I mean, we might not. You might just be asking me about if I wear a jacket or not. I don't even know anymore. Literally everything is to do with penises right now. I honestly, I don't trust any of you right now. Jacket on, jacket off is either a penis thing or it's a Mr. Miyagi thing. I don't know which. You should always wear a raincoat, says Nightmare. Right, here is A-Town Down Under. Frankie said jacket off. Jacket off. Always jacket off, guys. Always jacket off. Yeah, it is true, actually. I think in the summer months, jacket off. Just jacket off and just live, laugh, love. Oh, hello. We got A-Town. A-Town. That match. Grayson Waller versus Sheamus next week. So, Grayson Waller, Sheamus next week. That has just been announced. Austin Theory has made that match. We're back from commercial now. Please take your medication, guys. Yeah. Dormal, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. Okay, they're talking about last week's main event, Jey Uso against Seth. But it's what happened after Raw went off air. So, yeah, this was Jey. And boom. Logan Paul. $16 million. 16. Did he say 16 or 60? Your world title is mine, says Logan. Is anyone underwhelmed with that? Like, we always hear about like 100 million or there's 16 million. James said, I've been doing a lot of jacket off stuff recently, especially with the UK weather. You could say it's a bit warm. Yeah. Okay, here's Jey. I will not go jacket off at the zoo. I will jacket off, not even if it's a cinch. Not even for the Grinch, said Alex. No, Alex, you strike me as a jacket on guy, to be honest. I don't think you jacket off. Okay, here's Jey. Oh my God. There's Jey in the crowds. Touching skin. Look at the little... Oh, the kid. What if he dropped that, kid? Oh my God. Careful, Jey. The flipping... There's a drop there, Jey. Oh, anyone? I'm nervous. I don't like it. Mate, I would not have done that. I would not have done that. That's a bad dad. That is definitely a bad father right there. Jey Uso just picked that kid up, had him there, holding him kind of over the railing, and guys, I mean, I'm a nerd. I'm all about health and safety. I've just done a risk assessment on that situation, and I'm horrified. Strip him Strip him of the championship. He did not think health and safety in that moment. I went to a farm earlier and there was a bit of a disturbance. Apparently a man had a stroke near a sheep. Oh my God. I'm sorry to hear that. He was okay, but the police arrested him. What, they arrested the sheep? God, I'm sorry to hear about the man having a stroke. Hate to hear that, but really hate to hear that. Right, where are we with the score? There's the score. 66, 8, 15, 8. Good 92. Stephen said, a small thank you for all the work you've done these last few weeks. Best watch-along streamer and best community. Well, Stephen, thank you for the kind words, my friends. You know us. We just sit and watch wrestling and talk about penises. That's just what we do. That's what we do. And I really, I won't say this very often, but I really don't think there's, I don't think there's anyone out there that's providing that kind of content. It's very much a market that we've cornered. We've cornered that market. The wrestling penis conversation is very much a market we own. We're a market leader. Okay, Jay is in the ring. Yeah. Mackenzie said green shirt guy earns too much money like Braun. Well, not anymore. Not anymore. I think the referee saw him and went, you out of there! Before Backlash, and he got dragged out. Crowd are chanting one more time. King Yeti said, Days, why are you not in your birthday suits? Oh, I don't want you getting jealous, King Yeti. That's why I don't want people getting jealous. King Yeti, shout out to you, my friends. I might record that. King Yeti is so supportive, I might just press a button and just have it play. Do you know what? I think I thank King Yeti so much. I think that's part of the reason why I lose my voice. I think the talking is absolutely fine. It's just the sheer amount of thanking King Yeti that I do. And my voice is like... Right, here is Jay in the ring. Soul Blue said, I love how much it bothers people. Yeats. In your city. Let's go. Let's go. Spiller said it's the crowd's fault. They asked for it. Big target. On my big back. Oh, he's got some on his big chest. Saying I'm not championship material. Keep on ducking me, keep on sneaking me. Oh, here's Gunter. Here's Gunter. Okay, let's go. What's he going to say to Jay? Gunter with the smile. There's going to be loads of you tapped out chants still. Flipping this poor guy. This poor guy. Juan Milan. Is that how you pronounce it? Juan. J. Wasn't a flipping war. What you on about, you idiot?
You are looking at Julia. Well, you're looking at how to pronunciation of Juan. Juan.
You know this guy on how to pronounce names correctly. Why does he do such a long intro? You are watching the video on how to correctly pronounce. I just want to make sure I'm saying it right. Juan. What a lovely name. Juan Milan. Is that your real name? Are you Italian? Juan Milan. Oh, mate, I'm going to have a baby and I'm going to call it that. That's the only reason I'm having a baby. Did anyone notice main event Jay hasn't actually main evented anything since being champion? And he won't main event Saturday night's main event because Cena will. Get the yeet out. Juan Milan. Thank you, my friend. Juan Milan is not a fan of Jey Uso. No yeet. Days, always making weird conversations. A minor. Okay, here's Gunther. Oh, I have to wait for people to do their entrances, don't I? Takes about half hour. That moment I made you tap out. Why is this? Why? Let's watch. Let's watch. Maybe it'll make sense one day. "80% of my time I've been a champion." I can feel this position is not natural to you. You are not a natural champion. Let that pleasure be mine. What's the news? The winner. So Gunther will. Oh God. So Gunther is gonna go for the belt, but that's too soon. That feels too soon. I don't think they're going to take the belt off Jay that quickly. So that means Gunther loses again. What are we going to do? Tap him out again? I would love nothing more than to shut you and all these people up for goods. Glasses being thrown. Jay looking at Gunther. My place. I'm in my place. I'm going to handle the YouTuber. Okay, good. Nice response by Jay. It's very interesting, you know, after Backlash, the question was asked of Triple H of like, how do you like use the celebrities and recycle them round and get the most out of them? And they named like Pat and everyone and Logan. And he responded by saying, I don't see Logan as a celebrity anymore. This is a full-time wrestler. But why do we keep having the wrestlers call him a YouTuber then? It doesn't offend me. I see him that way. So, I mean, I don't disagree. But it's funny how Triple H is saying one thing, but on the show he's being presented a different way, you know? Triple H is saying, no, this is a full-time wrestler now. I don't see him as a celebrity anymore. But then every time there's a flipping promo, you've got, like, people calling him a YouTuber. They don't view him as a wrestler. You would think that Triple H would tell people, stop calling him a YouTuber, stop calling him like that. Like, we need to present him as a legit wrestler now. But they haven't had that conversation, seemingly, and they're allowing people to call him a YouTuber. I just find it interesting how Triple H is saying one thing and the show is presenting something different. Right, we're just hearing from EO. It's strange to think back to 2020. If someone said Jay would win a world title, but if we take someone random like Ivar and said he'll win a world title, would you be able to see it? Well, I mean, there's so many different things that have to happen, isn't there? I mean, it's impossible to say because you need something that's going to really capture the audience. I mean, I don't know that Jay makes it without yeet and the hand gesture and all that. I mean, look at Jimmy. Jimmy feels quite cold, doesn't he? Jay got there because the numbers said he should be there. They separated them and they saw what they could do and they saw an opportunity and they, you know, tried to capitalize on it. But it had to work. Like, I don't think they were just going to put the belt on him regardless. So there's too many unknowns. You can't really sit and go, oh, yeah, definitely Ivar in a few years because there's too much stuff that has to happen. We got a little video package here for Sabu, which is great. I mean, we'd done a graphic at the start, but it's great they've put a little... It's only a little slideshow. I'll be glad when Logan gets bored with wrestling and moves on, says Jay. Yeah, I was watching more about the lawsuit. Apparently, there were some tweets that leaked out that Logan had been saying, we're going to ruin Coffeezilla. We're going to, you know, we're going to financially ruin him. And this is the guy that Logan had thanked for kind of bringing the whole Crypto Zoo scam to light and for, like, really showing how bad it was. Logan, at one point, thanked Coffeezilla for doing that and then decided to sue him. And now tweets have come out, or texts have come out saying, I'm going to financially ruin this guy. So, like, Logan is not this lovely... Not that I think too many people think he is, but I don't know. I mean, like, I just think that he's... The Forest thing should have been enough to have kind of derailed his career. And it did derail it until he had that boxing match with KSI. And then from there, obviously, Prime, and he did his podcast and, you know, all of that. And he managed to hang on and survive. And then you've got the Crypto Zoo thing, which Crypto has just destroyed Huck to a girl. You know, she's done. But yeah, again, it seems like Logan's going to hang on and survive. And to my knowledge, he still hasn't paid the people back that were victims of it. He still hasn't paid them back. And now he's like suing someone that helped bring it all to light. It's like, I don't know, man. It's just, I don't know. WWE just, they'll do whatever they can to get that impressions and trending, wouldn't they? I would say they sell their soul, but I think they sold it a long time ago. I'm not sure it ever had one. With Vince around and some of the business practices he was doing, I don't know that WWE ever had a soul to sell. So, yeah, I'm not crazy about Logan winning a world title, but sadly, I could see it happening one day. Christopher said, Days, if Logan does win a world title, I'm going to unsubscribe to anything WWE and just walk away with memories. I think it's going to happen, mate, honestly. He's still in his late 20s, isn't he? If he's going to be around in 10 years, I can't see him not getting a world title in that time frame. Here's the War Raiders. They're complaining to Adam Pearce. We didn't cry about it. We rose above it, how we've been treated over the last 6 months. You can take your lice-infested beards and go to the back of the line. It's a triple threat. There we go. Triple threat. You can't run forever. So, was that a commercial break? I don't even know if you saw that, but they've just announced it's going to be a triple threat. I do feel like you guys miss out on stuff. I think that might have been during a commercial break. So they've announced that it's going to be Grayson against Sheamus next week. They've also now just announced that the War Raiders are going to be involved in that triple threat. Here's Ludwig. And we're starting to see some Money in the Bank promotional material. Money, 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 money. Vikings Wolf said, the celebrity wrestling era BS really kills wrestling for me nowadays. Sometimes there's so many real wrestlers that just don't get opportunities. Mate, you don't need to tell me. Oh, hello. Jay has just been attacked by Bron Breakker. Jay down. Bron, you could probably do a bit more there. Jay is down. So, Bron, I think just getting Jay back for getting involved earlier. If you get involved, you're going to get murked. That's the message. Here's Sammy. Talk to me, dog. Talk to me. Oh, my God, look. I thought Sammy was like straddling Jay. There's Punk. There we go. Yeah, Vikings Wolf, I absolutely hear you. Unfortunately, I don't think this is a situation that's going to get better. I think it will only continue to get worse. I think WWE genuinely in this day and age are interested in impressions, social media numbers, views. You know, that is, and that can be measured online, obviously, now. So if you bring in someone that can generate that, you know, if they could flip and do something with Mr. Beast, they'd snap your hand off. There's a load of people that want to do stuff. Triple H, I think, is trying to just pick and choose the things that he feels will be most effective. But I don't think that's a situation that's ever going to change. And to be honest with you, you can go back to WrestleMania 1 and we had Mr. T and we had Cyndi Lauper. You know, Mr. T was in the match. Cyndi Lauper was, you know, at ringside helping Wendy Richter. I mean, celebrities have always been a part. My feeling on it is that celebrities should be involved, but we should play to their strengths. I keep saying, if you're a singer, then come and do a song. Come and sing. That's what you do. You are a singer. You know, you are not a wrestler. You're a singer. So come and sing. Maybe if you want to accompany someone down to the ring and be on the outsides, you know. Maybe if you have to, like, trip someone over or something like that, then, you know, so be it. But, yeah, I'm really not looking for wrestlers to, celebrities to have matches. But then everyone knows that. We've said that so many times. I do sense, though, that there is a bit of a sea change. I do sense that I think they've kind of gone a bit too far with it and pushed it a bit too much. I think that Travis Scott moment was a big moment. I think people really were like, open their eyes to being like, yeah, no, this isn't it. Okay, Finn Balor, AJ, this should bang, man. This should bang. Please bang. I need this to bang. This show's been okay, but okay. It's been okay. AJ Styles, Finn Balor, let's get some banging going on. There's honestly only one intriguing storyline happening at the moment, and that is the Seth faction. Sammy and Punk story. John's heel run has been a little mid, said Brony. Zykami said, do we think Dominic is going to talk to Roxanne after Finn just finished talking to Roxanne? I don't know. I don't think so, because I think Finn is... well, I don't know what he's trying to do with her. I thought he might be trying to bring her in to replace Liv, but by the time we actually do something, Liv will be back. So I don't know what he's trying to do. And we don't need 3 women in Judgment Day. Jacob said, whatever happened to the big push Balor was going to receive that people said Jacob. Perhaps it's about to happen. It's coming. You watch. Oh, it's coming. 2025. I mean, they are teasing issues between him and Dominic, but we have been teasing issues between him and Dominic for the last 20 years. Okay, bout has sounded. AJ Styles in red. Finn Balor in black, grey, and a little cheeky fluorescent yellow. Right now. Yeah. AJ Styles chant breaks out. We are an hour and a half into this week's episode of Raw to locking up right now. Johnny said, we would think the creative would be headed by a wrestler who worked his way up like Triple H. He would give more importance to wrestlers and don't cost them opportunities by putting over celebrities, said Johnny. I think it's difficult. I understand it's difficult because there's a lot of pressure on WWE to entertain and to provide, talking points and to be, to create a buzz. And ideally, you would do all of that with your wrestlers. Unfortunately, I think it's a bit easy. It's the easy option to just lean on celebrities, and to kind of generate a lot of that buzz that way. I think, honestly, though, you are only hurting yourself, because if you think back to when wrestling was crazy popular with the Attitude Era and it was part of the mainstream, who were people freaking out about? Who were people talking about? They were talking about Stone Cold. They were talking about The Rock. They were talking about Triple H, Kane, Undertaker. Yeah, they were talking about those people. They weren't talking about celebrities that we brought in. So Stone Cold, Undertaker, Cena, Orton, Triple H, Kane, they all made wrestling cool, really cool. They made it acceptable for you to watch it and to not be judged. Unfortunately, we've gone a bit backwards, where if you tell someone you're a fan of wrestling these days, I think you will be judged. But in that Attitude Era, it was mainstream. And if you watch wrestling, that's fine. A lot of people did. It was cool. And I think a lot of celebrities nowadays maybe saw the Attitude Era or saw John Cena and became fans of it. And so now they want to be part of it, But this is the problem. This is the problem. You're not part of it because you didn't choose to be part of it. You chose to be a singer. You chose to be a dancer. You chose to be an actor. You chose to do another sport. If you wanted to be a wrestler, you should have been a wrestler. Because guess what? Those people that did want to be wrestlers became wrestlers, and now you're standing in their way. Would Triple H, Kane, and these people, would they have got as big as they did if they constantly had to keep battling against celebrities that kept coming in during the Attitude Era? It's good to have a little, look at Tyson. Tyson massively boosted interest for WrestleMania 14, but he didn't wrestle. Do you know what I mean? We still got his star power. We still got the impact of having him around, but he didn't have a match. I just think the balance is so off. It's so wrong. And honestly, it's been... At times, it's felt like a bit of a lonely conversation because people were like, shut up, Boomer. Shut up, Boomer. Do you not like fun? Is kind of the pushback that you get when you have this conversation. But genuinely, I am sensing that more people are kind of coming around to that notion now that, like, no, this isn't right. That it's frustrating. Why is Karrion Kross sitting out back? Why did we have Pat in that match? Why was it not Karrion? Why could we not find room for Fraxium on that Backlash cards? Like, why have we got talent that just is not being fully utilized? And then because they're not utilized, they end up getting cut. And instead we do put, like, you know, celebrities on. You know there'll be celebrities at flipping SummerSlam. You know there'll be a match at Summer. It'll probably be Pat again. So, but I feel like I'm sort of, when I'm talking to you guys, I feel like I'm speaking to people that are kind of like largely, yeah, I agree. But in the wider world, it's not that way. People are like, shut up, Boomer. Don't you like fun? It's like, well, I don't see where the fun is, honestly. I don't see where the fun is. I watched a celebrity match at the weekends. I wanted to have a lobotomy after. Right, we are back from commercial break. We was sticking with it, but it was very, very slow. It was very slow. AJ Styles in the corner. Big boot there by AJ. Finn Balor in the middle of the ring. We're going to try and dial into this now because I know this is something people are excited for and it's something I'm excited for. But a little bit slow when we were at commercial break there. AJ coming round, grabbing Finn Balor. We should pick up the pace now. Nice little snap suplex there. Carlito on the outsides. JD on the outsides. So, yeah, we are well underway. What time are we? We've got about, well, probably less than an hour to go, haven't we now? Nico said, I'm getting a little bit tired of up and down in creative. I can't remember when we had back-to-back great shows. Yeah, this show not quite hitting at the moment, is it? Not quite there. Kick coming in there by Finn. AJ in the corner. Shot coming into the midsection. Chop coming in there by Finn. John said, maybe GSG is the head of creative. He took Backlash off and Backlash... Oh, what? Green shirt guy. And Backlash wasn't as good as it could have been because his second in command dropped the ball creatively, says John. Maybe it was Green shirt guy's fault. Perhaps that's why he wasn't in the front row. Balor coming over, throwing in a big kick there, and AJ goes down. Balor stomping down onto AJ, and again, crashing down on AJ repeatedly. Having a little word there with the referee. As we got JD on the outside of the ring. Finn Balor going over to the fans. And coming back over to AJ Styles. Suma Deep, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support, bud, as Finn Balor is very much in control right now. But again, quite slow, isn't it, this at the moment? He's trying to wrestle him. He's trying to out-wrestle him. Right now, we've got a stretcher pride, abdominal stretch, and he's got that elbow in the midsection. Finn Balor slowing it down, maybe so that AJ Styles can speed it back up again. But again, just grinding that elbow into the midsection as AJ is trying to get out of the holds. Nice hip toss. AJ coming in, big clothesline. Here we go, Styles against the ropes. Nice. Forearm there by AJ. And he is picking up the pace a little now. Comes in. Collides into Finn. Has got Finn on his shoulders. Ooh. Lovely 1, 2. Nice net breaker, but kick out by Finn. Finn is less than 2 years younger than Bob Backlund was in 94. AJ is 2 years older than Bob in 94. Let's get Bob in there. Bob's still around, isn't he? James said, I could see AJ winning. Then Dom and JD, Carlito beat down AJ. Finn stops them, planting more seeds. Oh, that would be good. Imagine a group with Roxanne and Finn and AJ. Duck underneath, round the back. Looking to... No, AJ goes down. Kick coming in there by AJ. Finn against the ropes. Shot coming in. Quick kicks, quick strikes. Back fist, duck underneath. Balor against the rope. Bang! Both collide into each other. Down goes Balor. Take a 1990 said days Rock Cena went the other way, pro wrestlers to Hollywoods. And now it's spread into Becky and Liv. Hollywood is taking our superstars. But that's better. I prefer it that way. I prefer superstars to have a run and then go to Hollywoods. I think Finn might be recruiting members behind the scenes for his own version of the club. I think his mind has been set on leaving Judgment Day, but he wants his own faction to go to, said Wacko Magician. Well, that would be great. If that is the direction that it goes, then brilliant. I thought that he was trying to get Roxanne to come in and replace Liv short term, and then Liv would come back. It would be awkward and blah, blah, blah. But it's taken so long that, yeah, I think you guys could be correct. It's taken too long for us to go in that direction. Your Mama Day said, what's your thoughts on Ronda Rousey? I think Ronda is, I don't class her as, well, she's not a celebrity because she's a sports star. So she's a fighter. She's in the same bracket as Shayna Baszler. She's got skills that transfer to a wrestling ring. So I can't compare her to Pat or Logan or Bad Bunny or what was her name? That girl at WrestleMania, the one from like Jersey Shore or whatever. Oh, what was her name? Began with S. Not Shotzi. Whoever that girl was. I don't compare Ronda to those. Because she is someone that has trained in wrestling, not professional wrestling, but she's trained in amateur wrestling to a very high level, to a UFC level. She's had fights, and we spoke earlier about the crossover between UFC and WWE. The difference is, when you leave UFC, have you got enough of a personality to add in? Can you learn the pro wrestling moves? Like a clothesline, a drop kick. Can you learn those things? And have you got enough of a personality? Can you do a promo? Have you got charisma? If you have, I think you can transition quite comfortably. Look at Kurt Angle. Kurt Angle was an Olympian. He came over after winning a gold medal. He did that in wrestling. And I would not class him as a celebrity. I would say that he was a sports star who competed in something which was transferable, came over and, thankfully he could do promos. He did have charisma. He was entertaining and he transferred over very, very well. I think Matt Riddle as well had been in UFC. I didn't class Matt Riddle as a celebrity. Matt Riddle had been in UFC. He came over and, applied himself to professional wrestling. He had charisma, personality. Whatever you made of his personality is up to you, but he had charisma. He had personality. And so, had his issues outside of the ring been under control, I'm sure he would still be with WWE. So, yeah, in regards to Ronda, I don't class her as a celebrity. I class her as a sports star. Someone that was in a sport that was transferable, UFC. I think if she had had better promo skills, if she had, I don't know, maybe gone through NXT as well, maybe so that she could have learnt professional wrestling a little bit more. She relied too much on her MMA. She relied too much on arm bars and stuff like that, and I don't think that transfers well unless you add drop kicks and, the, moonsaults and the kind of stuff you need in modern wrestling. So, yeah, a bit of an answer there. I think she was great potential, but it didn't work. Calf Crusher applied. Your Mama Day said, I really love Rousey and Riddle too. Yeah, I was a Ronda Rousey fan. I loved her in UFC. I think that her path was a different path to WWE. I think respect to her as well, because she worked a very busy full-time schedule. She put the work in, but she just did not have the ability to cut the promos. But I think WWE should have presented her different. I think she should have had someone do the talking for her. If she had been a Heyman girl, would you have been surprised? I wouldn't. I think a lot of people, even at the time, were saying they should put Heyman with her. Finn Balor back in control. We were just at commercial break again. Corey said, Days, I just told my wife that it was your day. You're 21, she says, and I'm a supermodel. I don't know what she means. Well, Corey, congrats, because it sounds like you were with a supermodel. So that is amazing. Corey, I'm very pleased for you. Over against the ropes goes Finn. Sling blades. Down goes AJ. Balor over in the corner. AJ in the corner. Drop kick. He's in the drop zone. This is normally where he sets up his coup de grace. AJ Styles. So this match has had time. Finn Balor. Yeah. Going to the outside. Comes down. No joy. Right now, AJ is trying to roll over Finn Balor. Trying to apply that calf crusher. I don't think this match has really done it, honestly. I mean, the crowd have not even remotely come close to, like, this is awesome or anything. There is a Styles Clash. Is that going to do it? 1, 2. Kick out there by Finn. Kick out by Finn. We've got Carlito and JD on the outsides. I've lost interest in this match about 8 minutes ago, said Brandon. These guys are really good workers, but there's just no heat. Just as I said, they're not chanting, this is awesome. They now start chanting, this is awesome. I really think... Yeah, I mean, it's died down very quickly. I really think that was just them chanting something to fill a void, because I don't know about you, but this crowd have made no noise whatsoever. And then there was a pause, and I think they filled it with this is awesome. Knee coming in there by AJ. Double commercial matches are hard, said Mr. Unfamiliar. Well, I've been watching all throughout, and it's been slow. 1, 2, shoulder up there by AJ. Shoulder up by AJ. So right now we got Carlito. We've got oh, there's Penta. Penta on the barricades. Crossbodies Carlito. Backbreaker. Tilt a whirl and goes over. Oh! Penta with a Mexican destroyer. Taking out Carlito. Taking out JD. AJ. Phenomenal forearm. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. AJ gets the win. AJ beating Finn Balor. Penta dealing with stuff on the outsides. Let's get people's thoughts on that match. I don't want no. It's hard being a Finn Balor fan, said Dr. Lucha Lala. We're about to see Finn crash out because Dirty Dom wasn't out there, said Wrestle Rants. Okay, so there is Penta in the entranceway. There is AJ in the ring. Finn Balor on the outsides. Finn, deeper heel turn or face. I can't see the face if he's chatting to Roxanne, said Motto Man. Well, no sign of any development really there, to be honest. I think we're just moving on. We are just moving on. I hope they build AJ Cena down the line, said Sumadeep. Roxanne is going to be part of him, said Fernando. Money in the Bank should be great, said Wrestling Fan. I hope so. I hope so. Yeah, great match this was. Really enjoyable. Weird that she pinned her whilst holding her nose. I think she'd actually got caught in the face. Yeah, look, see, she's still sort of like holding it. I don't know if she's done any like damage to her nose. There is Big Time. She's going to be coming up next. This should be interesting. What is next? There's Carrion handing out some shirts to the New Day. Right. They just need to pull the heel turn for Finn already. I know I said it already, but it would be better than the same old Judgment Day playbook, said Nico. S-Dub said, also, like, these dudes are, 44, 42. They just weren't much flavour behind the stuff they were doing and the pace they were working. It took a Penta run to get the crowd involved. Here's Chad. Ivy is telling the crowd to be quiet as well. Crowd are chanting, "You suck." Do you know what sucks? Lucha Libre sucks. It's getting ridiculous. So, Chad just having a lot of praise for the Creeds. Creeds are being booed, though. He wants to give a shout out to his new favorite wrestler. Your new speed champion, El Grande Americano. I love you, buds. Thank you. Love you, buds. Crowd are chanting, "You suck." That makes Ivy giggle. Clash in Paris coming up. And we're just seeing the Eiffel Tower twinkling away. Carrying Cross is on during commercials. I am so sick of this, wasting some of their best talent. Well, what he did was rubbish. Just hand in some of his shirts to the New Day. I mean, it's hard to get excited about that, isn't it? Right, here we go. Dun, 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 dun. Big Time! Let's see what Big Time's got to say. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Vikings Wolf said, really needs something more from Carrion than just these small backstage segments. It's not enough for him. Carrion point is just being proved more and more from his Raw recap. Yes, Vikings Wolf. It is very disappointing. But what's he meant to do? He can only do... I mean, like, imagine that. You fly all the way over here and you turn up here. And I'm sure he did a dark match or something, but at the moment, that this is what they've got in the script for him. Okay, you're going to be backstage during, like, commercial and we'll have you hand some T-shirts to New Day. Do you know what I mean? There is Becky sat in the corner. Let's see what Becky's got to say. She's sat on that top turnbuckle. I wasn't beaten. Lyra was beaten. Oh, okay. Well, that's news to me. One of us was took to a hospital. All right, Lyra was took to hospital. Is Bailey going to come back now? I gave her the best match of her career. She's never mattered more than she does right now. CM Pope sign. That's good. CM Pope. When the bell rang after the match. She heard an alarm. She realized how much she'd been manipulated, not just by Lyra, but by all of you. Do you want to know why I walked? No, I don't. I walked away because you asked me to. I've got you lot to thank for my career. Something happens. That's a good line. So you saw yourself in me and we were on a journey, but then I won and you couldn't see yourselves anymore. That's good. That is good. She's basically saying you lot are losers. I like myself. Where's Bailey? That's The Rock's third member, said Chet. Big Time Bex is whiny, said Christopher. Whatever you say I am, I am. I'm selfish, yes. I'm greedy, yes. All those girls. That were happy I was gone. Becky throws the microphone down. It's a very passionate promo. I like that, honestly. I like that. I like that promo from Bex because she is coming off a clean loss. And I don't think we should be worried about people losing clean at PLEs. I think that we need people to lose clean at PLEs. And she's coming off a clean loss. And I think that's a way of kind of getting us back on track is by cutting a promo like that, where she basically says, I didn't see myself as losing. One of us went to the hospital after that match and it wasn't me. But I'm back and I'm, you know, I blame you fans. And you're kind of moving the story forwards. So I didn't mind that. Was she whiny and moany? Yeah, but she's meant to be. She's a heel. She's trying to get a bit of heat. She's trying to bounce back from a loss. It's fine. In my opinion. Becky is another Cena. She and Cena need a Snickers. You're not yourself when you're hungry. It is true. Okay, so we're just looking at Rusev last week with Otis. Okay. Here's Tozawa. Tozawa wants Rusev. You're not medically cleared. I will be soon, said Kira. Here's Sheamus. Okay, Sheamus with a bit of respect for Tozawa. Okay, Sheamus said he wants to keep the momentum going. But hang on. Theory said earlier he'd already arranged that match. Theory said in an interview it was happening, and we got told it was happening, and he said he'd already sorted it. So now Sheamus is coming and asking for it, and Adam Pearce is acting like he'd never heard of it. That's a weird little situation, isn't it? That's just pre-recorded nonsense, said Averted Vision. Days, I hope you're having a wonderful day. It's been a while. I hope you have a good day. All Game 17, shout out to you, buds. Hannah said, was you able to catch any Punani today? I'd catch it every day. It's like Pokemon to me. Another tune-up match for Sheamus. That Waller match will probably be much better than the Theory stuff, said LS Dub. Right, there's a graphic for Sheamus and Grayson. Doesn't matter how we got there. We got there. And that's going to be coming up next week. Take a 1990 said, Days, who do you think should dethrone Cena? I hope it's Punk by winning Money in the Bank. Then Seth could challenge Punk for the Undisputed Championship at Mania. I don't really have someone that I'm necessarily rooting for. I think it'll be Cody, because I think Cena will want to repay Cody for what happened at WrestleMania. I tell you what, though, this main event should cook, shouldn't it? This main event should deliver. I'm here for this main event. Giulia and Roxanne. They are going to be taking on Io and Rhea. Mate, this match could bank. All of these girls can go. Do you know what I mean? It's not like we've got a flipping Nia Jackson here or anything. All of these girls can go. They can go. This should be a great main event, said Austin. Not too crazy about the matches next week, but let's see how it goes, said Dr. Lucha Lala. AJ and Penta teaming should be fun, said Brian. Nico said, I'm sure this match will be good, but are we hoping something else happens before the show ends? Well, I mean, there's no major talking point, in my opinion, from this show. I mean, I think the show has been really lacking in that regard. The in-ring stuff has not really been there. First match was good 98. Second match was good 92. And actually, we can end the poll. See what you lot thought about Finn against AJ. It's going to be good again. It's good 95. Good 95. Okay. Dom wasn't about during Finn's match. Maybe he is coming out to help Rhea whilst the cat's away, said Pete Ivy. The audience hasn't been there all night, said Brian. We'll probably have 3 more commercials during this match, said Nico. Yeah, we are really running out of time, actually. I mean, obviously we've got probably about 15 minutes or so, I would imagine. Maybe a bit more, 20 minutes maybe. They tried to get to that kind of 20 minutes past, 30 minutes past. I mean, there's no exact science. So, yeah, maybe about 20 minutes. Giulia is in the ring. She's got a little snarl. I wonder if we see the return of Asuka here or Kyrie here. There was some fake report doing the round earlier. But it doesn't mean that the information in there can't still end up happening. Here is Roxanne making her way out. Bring out Steph and let's have a dumpy competition, said old Dad Date Gamer. A dumpy competition. Daniel said, I'm right behind you. Thank you, Daniel. Watching my back. Austin said, I wish Asuka would return. I miss her. Amelia said, Days, what if the Undisputed and World Heavyweight Championship belts get unified together and they will have to work 2 shows? Would that be great? I don't know, to be honest. We sort of did that, didn't we? And I think because Roman had both for quite a while. Both of the belts were on Roman, so we've done that fairly recently, and it really felt like one of the shows was missing a world champion. It really felt like there was an absence. Although saying that, we've had Jay on the show, and I don't know, did that feel like the world champ was here? Jay, I don't know, it's tricky with Jay, isn't it? Because Jay really appeals to the youngsters, and I have no problem with Jay being world champion, but I don't really like how they present him. You know, like, Jay's the world champion. Like, think about how they presented Roman when he was the champion. You know what I mean? Instead, like, Jay just comes out in the middle of the show and gets confronted by Gunther and says a few words, and that's it, really. I don't know. I sort of feel like, shouldn't the show revolve around him a little more? The show is revolving around Seth and Braun. They ain't got the belt. It's Jay that's got the belt. So, I don't know. Like, I think there's a few issues at the moment. Well, there's a flipping list, if we're going to be honest, but... Days, we need to add another option to the polls. These matches haven't been good, but they've not been bad. They've just been... Mate, I would love to add more options, but unfortunately, YouTube only allows 4 options. So, this is why we're always... I would love to have... like 10. If we had 10 options, I would just do 0 to 10 and you'd just score it with a number. But unfortunately, YouTube only gives us 4 options. So we're maxed out. EO is loving it. Well, I'm loving EO. EO, my baby Pookie Bear, said Soul Blue. Soul Blue, have you got any other baby Pookie Bears, or is it just EO? Just interested. This match should bang, said James. Red Breed said EO is an amazing champion. Yamil said WWE should add complaint boxes after each show. I'm not sure they would like the responses. I think the live crowd would be quite kind, actually. It's different when you go live. You've paid your money. You're financially invested. Look at my live. Plus also the excitement of seeing them live. Like, it means something. You're in the room. You get in that atmosphere. You get in that... Do you know what I mean? It's different. It hits different. A. Jobson said, I feel like the quality of product has gone down since the Netflix stuff started. Booking was better before this, said A. Jobson. Here is Rhea. Did her shorts get shorter? Well, they certainly ain't got bigger. Look at that. There's a lot of excited people around. I mean, to be honest with you, the ring gear is so short now, I don't know if I'm watching wrestlers or OnlyFans models. But she would look fantastic with Demolition. We need to get Axe and Smash back, and we need to put Rhea with them. Do you know, it is funny though, isn't it? Because if you think back to like Demolition with Axe and Smash and Crush in particular, Rhea's got so much more personality and charisma. Axe and Smash and Crush, they used to just come like down looking moody, whatever. You got Rhea coming out like being all big and showing off and all this kind of stuff on the edge of the ring. You never used to get that back in the day. I mean, to be honest, I wouldn't want to see Axe doing what Rhea does, you know? Right, here we go. We've got Roxanne trying to get out the ring. I'm not complaining, said Pooter. Oh, no one's complaining. I'm just saying sometimes I have to double check I'm on the right channel. Because I might be on one of my many, many OnlyFans subscriptions. My approach to OnlyFans is to just subscribe to all of them. To be honest, I don't like to discriminate. It's why I have not been on holiday for a while. All my money goes there. That is a lot of hot women in the ring, said AB. EO. We want mommy is the chant. My best friend loves Rhea sign. Days, you're watching Only Wrestling, said Mr. B. Hey, do you know, there was a little mistake in Unseen the other day. I went to click over to the full screen and it actually showed what I was watching instead. Thankfully, it was not pornography. Yeah. I thankfully was watching some true crime. I had some true crime on in the background whilst I was like going through my notifications. But there is a moment in Unseen where I clicked over to look at some at full screen and it showed the wrong screen. But imagine if there was like vagines and dongs and everything and I never noticed. Oh my God, I would have died of embarrassment. I would have died. Right now we've got Giulia standing over EO. Discriminate, said Wrestling Russ. What do you mean? Discriminate? Oh, no, yeah, no, I don't. I subscribe to them all. Even the guys. Just, if I see you've got an OnlyFans, I just subscribe. That's my motto. That's my life's motto. Giulia going over against the ropes. EO's dropkick is legit. Cleveland said, how can it be a mistake if it's unseen? It's a good point. Gets caught. Roxanne, dropkick. Rhea caught Giulia. Roxanne dropkicked. Oh, EO through the ropes. EO lands on Roxanne. Ooh, look at that drop kick. That's such a weird drop kick. That was more like a claymore to the face than a drop kick. Yeah, no wonder you're holding your face. Let's have a look here. Yeah, it is. It's like a flipping, like a brogue. She brogued her. Oh my God. I think it was meant to be a drop kick, but we didn't do that. If YouTube isn't on a wrestling channel, then it's crime, true crime podcasts. Like Coffee House Crime. Honestly, what I tend to do is I will click on the little YouTube thing in the top left corner, which will just take me to my home thing, and the algorithm will just present me with stuff. And normally it presents me with news, a bit of true crime, maybe some wrestling podcast stuff. And that's like my homepage. So, yeah, I was watching, or more listening, really. I think it was a video that was like, this case was so shocking, even the police needed therapy. And I was like, oh. Oh. They're good, aren't they, these YouTubers? They know how to write a good title. And I'm like, oh. So we clicked on that. And then, like most things, I'm working and I don't actually listen, and so I have no idea. But they got the view out of me. That's one of my favourite channels, said Ace. Redbreed said, I hate commercials. Well, I can tell you that we're back in 59 seconds, in case you want to know. I've got a countdown clock, which I can see. Rare Breeds, shout out to you. Old Dad Gamer said, I can't get my jacket off. We'll just try harder. Here we go. Looking for a cover. Kick out there by EO. Just wanted to pop in and give some appreciation to Roxy, said Pew Pew Barbecue. Jay said, true crime scares me too much. I way prefer a normal horror film. I don't know why true crime is so interesting. I don't know what it is about it. But I suppose it's because these things are actually happening and you never hear about them. And this is how you hear about them. Forearm shot there, and we are going back now. That wasn't the best comparison, Days. Cena is a real champion and real problem. What are you talking about? What? Sorry, I feel like I've been on OnlyFans for a while, so I don't know what we're talking about. Jennifer said, my YouTube homepage... Let me try again, Jennifer. My YouTube homepage is genealogy charts, royal family history, and graveyard tours beside wrestling. That could be a fun meme, couldn't it? Where people take a screenshot of what the algorithm suggests for them. Okay, Roxanne is in there with Rhea. Kick coming in there by Rhea. You should be able to do it with a Roku, changing the DNS settings. What's that, Scottish Nightmare? What are we Rokuing? Right now, look at Roxanne. That's high for Roxanne. She's only little. Oh, razor's edge and a big boot. Roxanne down. 1, 2. Shoulder up. I always watch Air Crash Investigation. I don't know why I get fascinated with people plummeting to their death. Ugh. Yeah, the problem is that, like, I mean, I will go on a plane again. And I don't want to think about it. I'm not bad at being a flyer. I don't mind. Flying's not a problem, but, like, oh, God. Yeah, no, it's horrible, isn't it? I have watched those shows, of course, and they are endlessly fascinating, but mine is politics and wrestling, Marvel and movie news, said Nico. Right now, I'll probably have a little bit of Watch Mojo in mine, actually, because I was watching some Watch Mojo clips yesterday. Forearm shot coming in there by Roxanne. Roxanne's up top, taking over Rhea. Rhea comes crashing down. Roxanne comes over looking for the cover. 2. Kick out by Rhea. Kick out by Rhea. Roxanne goes over, makes the tag. In comes Giulia. Drop kick there by Roxanne. Headbutt by Giulia. Rhea down. Kick coming in. Is it the crowd? Well, I don't know what it is, but like, I think it might be the crowd. This crowd's weird. Like, they're sat there, very quiet, and then I promise you, when there's going to be a pause in the action, they'll go, "This is awesome." They're not making any noise. They're not suggesting that they're enjoying it. But as soon as there's a break, they'll break into a "This is awesome" chant. That might just be modern crowds, to be honest. Right now, Roxanne round the back of Rhea. Days, I watched a private showing. I bet you did, Christopher. I bet you did, mate. I have heard that about you. You love your private showings. Hold me closer, tiny dancer. Down goes Roxanne. Of the new... Oh, hang on. Sorry, there was more. I watched a private showing of the new Final Destination, Bloodlines. Really? Bloodline? It's based on them. Is it all on the island of relevancy? Here's EO. Giulia, big boot, open part. I do love when she does that. Do that! Do that! I love when she does that. She needs a reason to do it, though, doesn't she? Here we go. That reason's coming, I can tell. It's coming. It's coming, look. She's excited. Here we go. Go on, EO. Boom. Drop kick. Kip up. And again. Do it. Yeah! Flippin' knew it. Flippin' knew it. We watch so much wrestling. We're just in the rhythm. It runs in our veins. Giulia coming over. 1, 2. Oh. Love it. Love that for her. Love that for us. That's the best part of Raw. That's the best part of Raw. Round the back. Lovely. Through the legs. Bang. Oof. Trying to go over. So she stomps down on Giulia. Giulia is in the zone. She's going up top. EO Sky. The genius of the sky. Oh, moonsault connects. 1, 2. And the save is made by Roxanne. Right now, EO in there with Roxanne, though. She flips over. In comes Rhea. That was pretty wild. This is easily the best match so far. I wish the crowd were a bit more crowding. Pop rocks. No pop rocks. Oh, EO from the heavens with a missile drop kick. Oh, tag. Oh, high five. High five. High five. High 10, actually. High 10. High 10. Here we go. Going up. Oh, she just did it as well. Rhea did it. Oh, she should have done more of that. They should have done a spot together, got in the ring, and both done it at the same time. Instead, Rhea just did a little bit on the edge of the ring. We weren't even looking at the camera. Giulia, oh, look at that suplex. That's lovely. Off the top as well. Big suplex by Giulia. Trying to pick up EO. She's going to drive. Oh. I don't think she's going to get the 3 there, but she might have, though. Rhea made the save. It's good, innit? It's good. Your Mama Day said the crowd is dud because it's from Kentucky. Is that known as a dud crowd, is it? right now. Giulia trying to come over. Oh, no, Joy. Double underhook. I thought she was picking her up. Oh. Straight across the knee. Yeah, EO trying to get everyone. Come on, everyone. Come on, everyone. Charging over in the corner. Up to the outsides. EO going up. Here's Rhea. I wonder what would happen if we allowed Vince back to just book for a couple of weeks. You know? If we just said, oh, Roxanne. If we just said to Vince, right, you can book till SummerSlam. Let's see what you do. What would you do, Vince? You've had a long break. You can see what would you do? That'd be interesting, wouldn't it? It would never happen, and people would be upset if they found out that had happened, but, you know. Ah! 1, 2, 3. Riptide gets it. Rhea Ripley. Rhea Ripley pinning Giulia. I didn't think that was going to be the end, to be honest. I was not expecting that to be the end, but it was the end. I mean, is that just going to be the end, or what do we do now? What do we do now? Is anything going to happen, or? I mean, it was fine, wasn't it? It was fine. Burying the young talent is just brain dead, said Yami. Good that this match is over, said Nightmare. Ooh, it was a fun main event, said J14. William didn't like the ending. Wrong result, said Porky Pig. The match was enjoyable, said Wrestling Fan. There we go. Io has got her hand raised. Rhea is looking at that championship, though. So is this going to be next for Io? Yeah, she's made her intentions very clear. And Io can't be surprised about that. Oh, she gave her a little pat on the backside. And I think Io was like, oh. Kinky. Oh, yeah. Let's go. Oh. Mr. Darcy, really? Well, there we go. What was the big shock at the end of Raw? That's what people will ask. And I will look at them straight in the eye and I will say, Rhea Ripley patted Io on the bum. She went like that. And Io went, ooh, like that. And that is more epic than when Mankind won the title. And the wrestling world tuned out of WCW. It was more epic than that. Io was so happy that Rhea touched her bump. She really was. And I was happy for her as well. I would have liked a little more of a little wiggle in there. But, you know, perhaps we're just getting a little too seedy now. It has been quite seedy on this stream. It's hard to know who to blame. After that Monday Night Raw show goes off the air. Yes. Now, after Raw last week, something happened. You might remember that Logan ended up hitting Jay after the show went off the air. I wonder if there could be a little something that goes down tonight. Could it be a strategy that they do stuff after the show? Hard to do good back and forth promos with Rhea and Io. Well, that is going to be the challenge with Io as champion. Io's English obviously needs to improve. We know it's a barrier, not being able to speak the language. Hopefully, I mean, we are seeing improvement there, though. She is definitely getting better. Hopefully, she's continuing to work on that. Metal Mama with a 6. Thank you, my friends. Tonight's show was pretty forgettable. Not bad, but nothing stood out, said Phoenix. Is there a Raw talk after? They don't do Raw talk. It's Raw recap now, isn't it? So now it's Megan and it's Sam Roberts, and they do a kind of a very YouTube-like sit-down recap of what happened, but they just get guests on. The problem they've got with that show is they can't be honest, can they? Do you know what I mean? We can sit here and go, that was a little bit mid. That was a little bit mid. I've definitely seen stronger shows than this. It was certainly below what I was hoping for. I don't think any of the in-ring massively delivered. Main event was fine. I don't think we ever really got above fine. It was the best match of the night, but it was fine, you know. I didn't find myself on my edge of my seat on a thrill ride. And, you know, we were talking beforehand about the Attitude Era and how that constantly produced talking points. What are the talking points tonight? What are the talking points? I mean, maybe a couple of things, but, you know, and tag match for Saturday night's main event, and Finn and Roxanne again talking. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. I don't know if I'm forgetting anything, but like, I genuinely can't think as to what the talking points coming out of this show are. I mean, normally I put up loads of reaction clips. I ain't got any. Because there wasn't really anything to react to. So, I don't know. I didn't find myself being bored. What I found myself doing, though, is waiting for the big things to come. I felt like I was sat here waiting for the big moments to happen, and then before I knew it, the show ended. And that's my review of tonight. I wasn't bored. I was just waiting for the big things to make watching this show. I mean, this is 2.5 hours of your Monday night. That's a hell of a commitment to spend 2.5 hours watching the show. Did you get back enough here? It will be very interesting to see what people have to say. Rhea Ripley sets her sights on the Women's Championship. Nico said, thank you, Days, as always. Here is my daily support. Nico, thank you, my friends. Ellis Dub, Pete Rosenberg on Raw Recap said, let's jump into another action-packed Raw brought to us by Xfinity and our glorious daddy, Levesque. Let's get into it. Is that what he says? I've never actually watched it. It's a huge deal that it's almost Money in the Bank soon, said Davids. We talked more about penis tonight than the actual show. Do you know what? That might be true. We might actually have spoke more about penises. We do need to fix that. that is not something this channel can become known for. Yeah. Somehow we've ended up going down a very slippery slope. And so maybe that's something we need to address in the future. I could have joined Cardi B in watching the Knicks Celtics, but instead of this rubbish, said Hasib. You could have gone with Cardi B to watch the Knicks Celtics, but instead you stayed here and watched this. Dude, there's no competition. I would have been with Cardi B. Going like, meow, and all that stuff. Because she loves those noises. Talking points suck, said Wrestling Russ. Used to get real life stuff in storylines. Got to be careful now because everything is so political. Scared to hurt someone's feelings. Boo effing who? Well, I'd have took being offended over not getting anything, you know? Would I, actually? Now I've said that, I don't know. WrestleRant said, seriously, Io was a little too happy after Rhea smacked her butt. Io was looking like she said, ow. Maybe this is what the channel can be known for. Funny, wacky sounds rather than penis talk. Austin said, I would rather sleep with the fishes than go anywhere with Cardi B. Days is greater than Cardi B. Well, thank you, Mr. B. Shout out to you and your wife, Cardi. Taker says, if Giulia and Roxy are being moved to Raw, should WWE keep Stephanie in NXT until next year? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think it's connected, really. I'd just call her up whenever you've got that vacancy. James said, if the show is shiz, then just call it shiz. There's too many people that are ass kissers. Well, to be honest, there's no ass to kiss, is there? I've had a look. I can't find any. I don't owe WWE anything. I don't think this show is very good. I think this show lacks talking points. I think this is not what I was looking for the flagship. And unfortunately, that is not the first time we've said that this year. Is it? That is not the first time we have said it. So, I don't know. I don't think Triple H is being dynamic enough, adventurous enough. I don't think he's taking enough risk. I think he's playing it way too safe. Way too safe. Honestly, I'm going to say it right now. I think when Triple H makes love, I think he keeps his socks on. That is the vibe I am getting. That is the vibe I am getting. He is too safe. He is playing it way too safe. He's got to take some gambles, yeah? Take those socks off. Because the show just feels very safe. I'm going to say safe. Gone are the days of Paul Bearer down a manhole or a massive crash or explosion, says official NB Me. Stories need to speed up more. Triple H's stories go at a snail's pace. William said, you can't expect every Raw and SmackDown to be like a PLE. No, I don't. But I do expect something out of 2.5 hours. It's not enough to just go, hey, here's some superstars. Oh, you like Rhea, don't you? Here's Rhea. And you go, oh, Rhea's here. But it's like, got to move that story forward, haven't you? Got to do something with it. So they beat Giulia, Roxanne, but they ain't going to go away. So has anything really been achieved there? Rhea's, had a little look at the title. Well, of course. She wants to be champion. So it's like, okay. So, and that was your closing segment. That's the big earth-shattering, join us next week. That's the big cliffhanger at the end. It's kind of like you get this, though, with your favourite shows. Walking Dead had loads of episodes that were mid. But, I mean, WWE in 2025 it's got a pretty good success rate at churning out pretty bland episodes. I don't know. If you enjoyed it, brilliant. I think this it's lacking talking points. Hopefully, we get something on Friday, though, because the streets are saying that Cody is back on Friday. So hopefully we get something there. But saying that, flipping CM Punk was back tonight. And I don't even know that we got loads out of Punk, really. Suppose we've managed to set up that tag match. But, I don't know. Live, laugh, love, don't you, eh? Kevin said, I think the creative has been a bit poor the last few weeks. The whole Cena thing makes it feel like we've gone back about 10 years. Steven said it was a boring Raw tonight. Christopher said, Days Triple H storylines take so long because he has to run it past The Rock first and they have to argue for a few weeks. Vic, shout out to you. Said, what if Finn is recruiting Roxanne for her and Giulia to take out Liv and Raquel and form a new group? Well, do you know what I'm going to do, Vic? Do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to... What do you think the Finn Balor and Roxanne conversations are leading to? I'm going to ask this question. I've started doing this now. I kind of like it, to be honest. Like, what's the big talking point from the show? I know I should go straight into Unseen, but to be honest, Unseen's going to be super late because I'm so behind. The internet was so rough today that I wasn't able to keep up with. I didn't want to run the risk of having my X open at the same time. So that means anything that's happened during the show, I ain't done nothing with it. So that means I got to do it now. So that's going to be late. So I might as well ask this question. What do we think the Finn Balor and Roxanne Perez conversations are leading to? And might chuck that into a little separate video. Feels like a talking point, doesn't it? We ain't drowning in them. So of all the things to talk about, that's got to be up there. Let's go back off that. Boom, 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 boom. Boom. Days, you say this after every show. You say hopefully, and then nothing happens on the next show. I'm eternally hopeful. I mean, to be honest, 23, 24, they were really good years. So I don't feel like this is now just rubbish. I don't feel like that's it, wrestling, WWE's dead, let's all leave. It just feels like we're going through a bit of a slump. You know, it kind of felt like the road to WrestleMania was a bit flat, and so we kind of thought, well, WrestleMania will be all right, and then it really wasn't. And then obviously very quickly we found our way to Backlash. Now we're kind of past Backlash. You do, don't you? I mean, you just sort of think, well, let's get that out the way, or, you know, these shows are coming quite quickly. Let's get that out the way, or blah, 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 whatever it might be. And I've gotten, I mean, listen, the WWE has given me more than enough great times in my life for me to, you know, keep the faith. I mean, I've gone through flipping 2019, which was a rubbish year. We came out of that and went straight into a pandemic, and that was not a fun time. That was not fun. So, you know, having gone through streaming during 2019, where legitimately the only good thing on the show at times was the Funhouse, and then going through the pandemic, yeah, I think I am optimistic. I am an optimistic person. I do, because I don't want to sit here and think that I'm going to do a stream on Friday and the show's going to suck. Otherwise, do you know what I mean? Why bother? So in my mind, I'm looking at like, right, where's those silver linings? What have we got on Friday that's going to make Friday better? Well, we do have the return of Cody. So, you know, maybe something shows itself there. We obviously have not followed on from the Randy situation. The biggest thing that happened at Backlash, we didn't explore the fallout of that here. We've got that on Friday. So I'm looking at Friday where I've got Cody. I'm looking at Friday where I've got Orton. I'm looking at Friday where I've maybe got R-Truth. There was no R-Truth tonight. I thought we would see R-Truth today. So maybe we get R-Truth on Friday as well. And, you know, we can start digging into what that's going to mean. So that should be interesting. So, yeah, I'm sort of looking at that thinking, okay, I can find a few things for Friday. Great thing is, the best show, no doubt about it, NXT, that's tomorrow. So that's good. So at least we don't have to worry about tomorrow. But Friday, I can find a couple of things. I'm not having to work too hard to find them, but I can find them. But it is true. I am optimistic. That optimism may wane if, you know, we're still sat here past SummerSlam. And it's been an awful year, you know. Big Time said the creative WWE since the beginning of 2025 has been pretty rock bottom. I just don't think Triple H has got an ounce of creativity in him. I don't know, honestly. I mean, maybe the truth is that the Bloodline did a lot of heavy lifting. Perhaps the Bloodline did a lot of heavy lifting on SmackDown. Perhaps last year with the Liv and Rhea stuff, maybe that did a lot of heavy lifting. And we obviously had Drew and we had CM Punk, and perhaps that did some heavy lifting. And actually, if we took those stories away, I wonder if the stuff under that, I wonder if that has always been like what we're seeing now. It's just that because we don't have that big kind of story. I mean, I suppose you have the Braun Seth thing, but to be honest, we didn't revisit that much. We didn't go back to that loads. A couple of little moments during the show. Obviously, the big open, but that was it really this week. And so we looked at other stuff on the show. We looked, Finn AJ. To be honest, Finn AJ should have been a better match, shouldn't it? I can't blame Triple H for that. That should have been a better match. How much of that is Triple H's fault? How much of that is on Finn and AJ? Creeds against the War Raiders. When Triple H puts that match together, does he expect it to get a good 92% from you guys? You lot scored that good 92. So, I really don't know. I don't know. I mean, even Penta against Chad Gable, which you would think, I'm sure we saw that match, Penta's debut against Chad Gable, and it banged. And then they've gone out and you lot said it was good 98. So this is obviously not everyone's going to say that. Some will say it was better, some will say it was worse. But on average, a good couple of hundred votes, you lot said it was good 98%. Didn't get to great. Good 98 is fine, but it's not in that great range. And then you got Creed Brothers, War Raiders, good 92. Finn AJ, good 95. So, those three matches, all in that good range. Main event should come out as great. Let's have a look, see what it gets. I can end this poll now. So the women's tag match gets great 54. So that's not bad. It's low end great, but it's not bad. I think it was a fun match. I think it deserves to be the best match. Am I that high on it? Probably a little below, but yeah, I don't have any problems with that coming out as great. So yeah, it is what it is. I really, really have no interest in sitting here being all moany and complaining and all of that stuff. But equally, I am sat here going, where was the talking points? Where was the stuff for us to now do videos and reaction clips on and get our teeth into? And, I'm not really too interested in trying to tell you something that isn't true. So, I don't think the general consensus of this show is that people are going to have lost their minds. I don't think people are going to be like, my God, what a Raw. What a Raw. I don't know. It's hard, isn't it? It's really hard. Because I think the matches he's putting together on paper look all right, but just when they actually do them, they're just not delivering. I wonder why Finn AJ wasn't better. I wonder why Creed's War Raiders wasn't better. I wonder why Penta Chad wasn't better. Is it because those matches don't matter? Creed's War Raiders mattered. The winners were going to go on to fight for the championship, so that matter. But then the tag titles on Raw don't matter, do they? Who cares? The tag titles don't matter. They're dead. They're cold. No one cares. So perhaps that kind of bled into the match. I think the crowd was quiet. Crowd was flat. Crowd didn't help. But yeah. We need WrestleMania back in the end of March, beginning of April, said NetForce. They broke the bloodline up too soon. Seth isn't a big enough star to lead a faction with Heyman, says Kevin. Nico said, we've got enough talent. I just think that maybe something's affecting creative. Days, have you heard the update on Kevin? I know he's getting a second opinion from Randy's surgery, but I've not seen anything. No, not seen anything. But I've not seen anything. I'll go through now and have a little look and see what we've got. But I've not seen anything. Right, I tell you what, I'm going to put up your feedback requests right now. So obviously, a lot of you have got thoughts. That is good. I want to hear them. I want to know, what do you think? Actually, as well, not just what did you think about the show, but what do you think is missing? That would be interesting, wouldn't it? So what did you think about Raw? People will obviously share their thoughts, but where's the issue? Why is it not better? We can say more talking points, but that's easier said than done, isn't it? Maybe it is the stories are just a bit too slow. What did you think about WWE Raw? I don't want to put what do you think is missing at the moment because that sort of suggests that the show was lacking. And I want people to give me their honest feedback, so I'm not going to put that. But if you're watching this and you're going to reply there, I think that would be an interesting thing to add. What's kind of missing at the moment? Okay, lovely. We're done. One thing we don't need to worry about is tomorrow, as I said, because genuinely NXT has been the best brand of the year so far. Also, very hopeful that Evolve is going to be good on Wednesday because Evolve is a great show. I really enjoy it, and I think that Evolve is. Hopefully not going to be affected this week. Hopefully we should be able to watch it like it was affected last week because there was that Backlash live stream, wasn't there? And that got in the way. So hopefully that won't get in the way this time. Okay, right. I'm done. I'm off. Appreciate it as always. Thanks a lot for joining us and all the messages, the support. Really do appreciate it. We will be back tomorrow for NXT. I'm going to do Unseen, but it will be late, so you might have to catch it in the morning. I am obviously going to do the opinions video as well, but we will be back with our next live stream tomorrow.